Hello, and welcome to this, our 137th live stream, 365.2422 days of questions. This is a reference to our Monday video where we talk about the ongoing controversy between, say, the Gregorian versus Julian calendar. And if you're interested in a little bit about calendars and chronology, please check out that video after the live stream. Okay. A little bit of housekeeping, okay? First of all, for those who don't know, we have a Christmas mug out in our merch store, which is basically a mana machine mug. I think there's also some stickers and other swag too. So, check that out, and if you're interested in that, it helps support the channel. Yeah, we haven't gotten ours yet, but it's on the way. The second piece of housekeeping is I've been very sick this week, okay? So if I'm not up to par or if I need to take a break, just be aware that we're going to be coming back and continuing the live stream. So just as you're aware, I'm not firing with all pistons, so if there's been going to be slip-ups, foul-ups, problems with the live stream today, that's the reason, okay? So there's nothing I can do about that, and we're just going to try to press on. Okay. So the rules of the live stream are the same as always, which is super chats have priority. No surprise there if you've been on YouTube. We do take non-super chats, but we ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of the question, even before you say, "Hi, Dr. Falk," just so that when I scan the live chat, I know it's directed to me. Second, only post the question once. Multiple postings will be disqualified. And then finally, if it's something relating to a passage in the Bible or a foreign word, we need a little bit of context. So in the case of a passage, we need the name of the book, chapter, and verse. In the case of a foreign language, we ask that you tell us what language you think it's in and what you think the word means, just so we can narrow down the lexical range. Okay? So, that said, we are going to start off with some pretty provocative questions tonight. So, this one could be fireworks as well. Of course, that's when I get the most provocative questions. I'm not feeling the best. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So, let's start with the first question here, which is not that provocative, but Pablo Marquez asks, were the Israelites mortalists? That is, the soul dies with the body. Okay, it's a pretty straightforward question. The answer is some of them were, some of them weren't. There was a diversity of opinion among ancient Israelites, especially in the Second Temple period. Some, like the Sadducees, were mortalists. They believed when your body died, your soul died too. And this is why when Christ talks to the Sadducees, he says, you doth err. It is written that I am the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He is the God of the living, not the dead. Okay? So this is a point that Jesus Christ directly confronts the Sadducees on their mortalism. So the answer to this question is some were, some weren't. Depends on the sect of Judaism. The Pharisees weren't. The Pharisees believed when you died, your soul went to Sheol, the grave. But the Sadducees, they were definitely mortalists. They believed that once you were dead, you're dead. Your soul dies with your body. So how that works in the whole temple ritual context is not always clear, but they did seem to hold that view. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. I hope that helped. I very much appreciate the question. Okay, question number 2 here is from Bonbon. And he asks, can you describe the prison system in what ancient Egypt was like? Okay. It's not like the penitentiary system that we have today. They didn't build prisons. The way the Egyptian prison system sort of worked was if it was something not against the king, it was a slap on the wrist. If it was a serious offense, one against the king, one against the say someone really high up, then you could get involved in the criminal justice system. And the way the criminal justice system works was if you were sent to prison, you expected the death penalty. And the way it worked was they would have these stone quarries in the middle of nowhere. You know, you don't need a prison system. You don't need bars and guards and all that if there's nowhere to go. So these quarries were in the middle of nowhere. Water and food was trucked in and out. And if you ran away, you probably died in the desert. Great incentive to stay and keep working. And you basically kept working until Pharaoh remembered to pick up your case, which could have been years, decades, if ever. And it wasn't uncommon for somebody to be sent to an Egyptian prison to be completely forgotten about. Of course, no one was itching to get their case remembered because it usually meant that you were executed. Because, let's just face it, Pharaoh was not exactly the most even-handed judge. You know, it was, some days he'd be even-handed, some days he wouldn't. It was the luck of the dice. And, you know, if he took up your case and he thought you were innocent, you got off, you got out. If you didn't, you ended up executed. That's how the criminal justice system worked in Egypt. At least for the high crimes. For low crimes, it was just a written judgment, and you could ignore that. And people did, repeatedly. So we do have some criminal cases where, say, someone stole somebody else's donkey, and the owner of the donkey, had to keep going back to court to get judgments that were never obeyed. So they had no teeth. The criminal justice system at the lower levels had no teeth. But, you know, at the higher levels, it was capital punishment. And you would work, you know, into maybe 20, 30 years, you know, hauling stones and breaking stone apart. So, yeah, it was hard labor. It was hard labor because the presumption of guilt was also there. So if you were found innocent, that was a happy surprise, but it wasn't expected. So that's sort of like what the prison system was like. It wasn't, we have, when we look at some of these stone quarries that they used as prisons, you have a couple buildings for the administrators and the guards, and everyone else sort of slept in the open. It was not a good place. Not a place. It was cold at night, hot in summer. So in the daytime, so it was brutal. It was really, really brutal. So, you know, I wouldn't call this criminal justice, but it was a prison system of sorts. So anyway, that's sort of the description of what it was like. Again, no one ever wanted to go there. It was a bad place if you ended up being sent there. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay. We got a third non-super chat here. And, oh boy. Yeah, this one's going to be exciting. From Joshua Samuel Hamilton, and he asks, what do you take on the Jesus brothers and sisters, full siblings, half siblings, Helvidius, step siblings, the protongalion of James, Eusebius, and cousins Jerome, and more distinct relatives? Okay. Wow. It was, oh, wow. Okay. This is one of those topics that I want to be really, really respectful about. Okay. And I don't think this is a issue we should divide over. I will tell you what I believe. I'll tell you why I believe it and why I reject certain views. Okay? Now, there's actually really in this question 4 views, not 3. The one view we can probably discount immediately, which is the full sibling view, that Jesus and his brothers and sisters had the same mother and father. Well, we know that they don't have the same mother and father. This is the view that was held by the Ebionites. So that's a heretical view. That can be discounted immediately. So we're down to a choice of 3 options here. Half-siblings, step-siblings, and cousins. And this is one of those things that falls almost under denominational lines, which is why I want to be respectful about this. Because I think if you hold to one of these other views, you're perfectly within Christian orthodoxy, fully accept you as brothers in Christ. I don't have anything against people who hold other views or different views. Okay? But I am going to go to the text, and I am going to weigh it based upon the text. We also need to point out, too, that, spoiler alert, this is going to depend a lot on probability. What is the probability of certain of these views being correct? So, because it was based upon probability, you can still make a case for one of the other views, even though it's, say, less probable. Okay? Now, with all that sort of prologue, we have to recognize that this is not a simple question. It's tied up with emotional arguments, arguments in church history, and a lot of politics. So this is why ultimately we are going to have to go back to, say, the scripture and try to figure this thing out as best as we can. Now, the dogma this question is most related to is the second Marian dogma. This is the dogma that Mary was a perpetual virgin, that after the birth of Christ, the marriage between her and Joseph was never consummated, and there were no children coming out of that marriage. Okay. And that came out of another debate called the Jovinian debate. The Jovinian debate. Now, Jovinius, or Jovinian, he was a guy that he was ultimately deemed a heretic. He maintained that in the 4th century, people who were virgins and people who were not virgins were of equal moral worth. Okay. Now, in the light of 4th century monistic church hierarchy, this did not go over well. So when you read, say, Jerome's counter arguments to Jovinius, there's some bad blood here. It's basically, as I said, a lot of hurt feelings. A lot of hurt feelings because a lot of the priests, especially in the West, were unmarried and had taken up vows of celibacy. So for them to take up this vow and not get some sort of moral advantage here was an anathema. Okay? So that is going to come back to play in this debate when we actually do weigh the probability of this. So kind of keep the second Marian dogma in your mind as we do this. We're not going to touch any of the other Marian dogmas because they're really not relevant to the argument here. Okay? But once we've got that, we can sort of weigh out the remaining options. Okay? Now, the easiest one to sort of deal with is the cousins argument that was postulated by Jerome and is held essentially by Roman Catholicism. Now, there's some issues with that view. Like, for example, they will translate the Greek word adelphos, which is brothers, and it could be in plural, brothers and sisters. Okay? So when it talks about the brothers and sisters of Christ in, say, Matthew 12:46, and we'll pull up some scripture as we go along here so we can read it. Matthew 12, 46. All right. So while he was speaking to the multitudes, behold, his mother and his brothers were standing outside, seeking to speak to him. And someone said, behold, your mother and your brothers are standing outside, seeking to speak to you. Now, what's going to happen here is this word adelphoi, brothers and sisters, is going to be extended by Jerome to mean cousins. Okay. Now, the problem here is the semantic range of adelphos. And what Jerome's going to say is, okay, you got to go back to the Hebrew, and you see the Hebrew word ach, which can mean brothers, but it can be extended to other members of that sort of generation, so it could include cousins as well. The problem here is this gets into the relating semantic background fallacy that's pointed out by D.A. Carson in his exegetical fallacies on pages 62 to 65, where he talks about taking the context, the semantic range of one language and importing it into another. While we agree that ach and adelphos are similar, are synonyms to some extent, they don't have the same lexical ranges because they're not the same languages. Every language is going to have its own specific semantic ranges for certain words. So it's an exegetical error to take the semantic range of that word in Hebrew, bring it into Greek, and say that adelphos also means cousins. As is pointed out in Halot, there is no evidence that this word can mean cousin. None. It can mean brothers, sisters, when it's used in the plural, so brothers and sisters. I mean comrades. But there's no explicit word that no explicit meaning that we know from ancient Greek that also makes adelphos mean cousins. Compounded upon this is the fact that there is a word for cousins in the Greek. We see this, for example, in Luke 21:16, where it talks about these in the plural. So again, but you will be delivered even by parents. Well, that's your mother and father, so both genders are included here. And brothers, that's your brothers and sisters. And relatives. This is the Greek word syngonos. And syngonos is basically your extended family, your cousins. So there is a word in the Greek that can apply to cousins if that's needed to. But there's a different problem, okay? The different problem here comes in Mark 6:3. And this is what I think is the bigger problem. It's not so much the brothers, it's the sisters. So when you go to, say, 6:3, so the text says, is this the carpenter, the son of Mary, and the brother of James and Joseph and Judas and Simon? Are not his sisters here with us? They took offense at him. Now, what's the implication here is that sisters does seem to have a much, much narrower semantic range than brothers. Again, you can look this up in Halot. It's all in Halot, where it talks about, say, the female offspring, the female siblings. So it's got a very, very tight semantic range, much tighter than brothers do. So sisters cannot just mean, say, comrades. it's got that sort of semantic, you know, limitation that you don't find in the masculine. So that's going to be a problem. So when I look at, say, the argumentation for the cousins hypothesis, I don't think it's very likely, in all honesty. Okay, it it there's no precedent in the Greek for this to have the same semantic range as, say, ak or aket, quote, in the Hebrew. So I think that's deeply problematic for the cousin's interpretation. Okay, and again, Jerome relies on an exegetical fallacy to make the point, one that you still find repeated today. So I think that's deeply problematic. Now, the step sibling one. There is, say, you got the Proto-Evangelium of James, which is a really dodgy text. I mean, that text is extremely dodgy. Eusebius, which is just more or less repeating the claims of the Proto-Evangelion. The more important document for, say, is for example, John of Damascus. That's probably the more important document here for Eastern Orthodoxy. The problem with the John of Damascus one is that he admits it's possible that the brothers and sisters of Christ could be half siblings. He admits it. Even say some Roman Catholic theologians like Bauckham do. He even admits this. So it's not something we can be. But what John of Damascus's justification isn't theological. It's what moral theologians sometimes call the ick factor. The sort of, well, yeah, it's possible, but it's too icky to consider. It's an argument from repulsion. And the problem with the ick factor arguments when you're doing moral argumentation or theological reflection is that it also talks. It's an argument from emotion. It's an argument from emotion. It's not really an argument based upon logical reasoning or even sound exegesis. So I think when it comes to, say, the step sibling argument, I think we now have to come back to. I think we have to come back to the whole. For example, that second Marian dogma, because there's a verse that's going to really sort of impinge upon this, which is Matthew 1:25. Yes, I know we're skating all over the place here, guys, but I think that's really important if you want to sort of get the nub of this. We'll start at verse 24 here of Matthew chapter 1. And Joseph arose from sleep and did as the angel of the Lord commanded, and took her as his wife, and kept her a virgin until she gave birth to a son. That until is very specific. It's heos. Okay? In the Greek, that's a very specific particle. It denotes the end of a period of time. Till, until. It's a marker of that a limit has been reached as far as to the point of. Again, the semantic range of this is very, very narrow. There's no alternatives here. So he respected the boundaries of her virginity until she gave birth to a son. That's a problem for the second Marian dogma. Okay. So where does this leave us? Where does this leave us? Okay. It leaves us then with we take this all together and we look at, say, semantic ranges of all these words and the context of the verses and, really sort of try to piece this together. We've got a couple options. And I think, again, all these three options could be seriously considered, but it's a matter of probability. I think the cousin's view is the least probable. It's based on the poorest argumentation. It is going to have to rely on a certain reading of, say, the terms that doesn't apply to first century Greek. And it's a refuted position. So I don't think the Greek can carry it forward. I think the step siblings is still possible. Okay, I think that view is possible, but is it likely? Okay, if the second Marian dogma does not pan out, then what you can have here is say that, Mary was doing a sacred act with her husband, but no children were produced through the sacred act. So in that particular case, step siblings are still possible from, say, a previous marriage. That's totally possible. And it still fits within the semantic ranges of these words. But it does almost require you to abandon that second Marian dogma and then, look at that in light of what can be the possibilities for then adelphoi and adelphae. Okay. So, is the half-sibling then? That leaves us with the half-sibling thing. All right. Is it likely? Well, given the possibilities, I think it's the most likely. Okay? I think it's the most likely. Now, I'm not representing any denominational position here, okay? I'm just going by the text. How you choose to believe, fine. Perfect with me. For me, this is a secondary issue, and I'm not going to die on a hill for this one. Okay? I don't think this one's worth dying on a hill for. Okay? But I do think that there are issues here with, certain of these positions that make them more or less likely. You want to throw the dice on one, that's up to you. Okay? So, with that said, you've got my position. You know what I believe, you know why I believe it, you know why I rejected it, and why I think this is ultimately a probability evaluation. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for that question. It's a very complicated question. It involves matters of church history, emotional arguments, politics. I mean, the whole reason why the Greek Orthodox accepted it in 1672 is just completely loaded with politics. I mean, don't get me started on that one. But ultimately, it's going to come down to, in my opinion, how we perceive and read the biblical text in its first 10th century context. With that said, it's up to your own particular consciences, and that's where I'm going to leave it. So anyway, thank you very much for that question, and I hope at least we were able to flesh out some of the issues. Okay. All right. That was long and complicated. Yeah, that one was long and complicated. All right. Jack Ray. The next one. Do unfired mud bricks, which the ancient Egyptians used for housing material, withstand rain and high humidity? Yes, they did. Now, the reason why they withstood high humidity and rain was because the mud was bound by straw. Now, this is no different than a mud bank. In fact, they used mud brick even as, say, a flood barrier. So they would use mud brick to create flood barriers. So essentially a wall to protect another structure from flooding. Because here's the thing. Most of Egypt was relatively dry. So as long as it wasn't exposed to constant rain and constant water and constant flooding, it'd be fine. Totally fine. They might have to do some repairs at some point. But overall, it's one of those things where it's just it just will not dissolve fast enough to be a problem, even in the flash floods that you get in Egypt. Now, you wouldn't want to make a house out of mud brick here in Vancouver. Just that would not end well. Okay? But in Egypt, it's fine. Because again, the rain here is periodic. And I mean, periodic, by periodic, I mean like once every 50 years. If you have only one rain every 50 years, yeah, mud brick will work just fine. So, yeah, here in Vancouver, as my producer just said, it's once a day, every day here. Okay, so anyway, I hope that answers the question. Thank you very much for the question. We really appreciate it. Okay, and of course we got a fifth question here, which is, let me explain. Followers of the shepherd said, a friend told me they believe that fallen angels and demons are different beings. Is there any precedence for this belief? That's a really, really debated question. It's an interesting question, but it's really debated. There's essentially three views on this. Okay. One, fallen angels and demons are ontologically, that is at the beginning, the same beings. One decided to follow God, the other one decided to fall away. Okay? That's the first view. The second view is that fallen angels and demons are ontologically different. One example of this sort of view is, say, the Nephilim view, which is the idea that demons are actually the souls of Nephilim. They were the offspring of the sons of God and human women, sons of God being angelic type beings, and that created a hybrid, monstrous being that had a physical form, but when it died, what remained of its soul was a powerful, superhuman soul called demons. Okay? So that's an example of a view where they are ontologically different. There's a third view, though, and I think the third view is more compelling, which is that they were ontologically the same, but they became different. And I think this view is the more compelling view. Because one of the things we see, for example, in, say, the book of Revelation, the book of Jude, is demonic beings that are sort of like cherubim and sort of like seraphim, but they're different. The idea of this view is that a spiritual being can change its essence through force of will. So when they fell from their state of grace and their station of duty, they changed their form by virtue of will to become something else. So I think that's really what I think, given the three options, ontologically the same and remain the same, are just different morally, versus, say, ontologically different from different origins, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me anyway, because you'd have to account for other beings that weren't Nephilim, to spiritual beings that had a station, had a purpose, had a function, fell from that function, and then changed themselves to become something different. So, anyway, that's really what I think are your options here. There's precedence for all three of them, those options. And again, this is a topic that's totally debated. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Very, very much appreciated. That from Nathan Yadone. Kind of like Tolkien's view of evil beings transforming into different beings than what they were originally. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Tolkien didn't get that idea from a vacuum. You know, he got that from that theological debate of what was the station of demons originally and what did they become. So that's very consistent with that third view. And as I said, I favor that third view. I favor that third view just because I think it's most consistent with what we know from, say, Jude, Revelation, even some of the minor prophets, like Zechariah. Tui says, I wondered if Tolkien got that from Lactantius's Demonology in the Divine Institutes. It's possible. Yeah. It's been a while since I've read Lactantius, so I'd have to go back and read that again, but it's possible. We do know that Tolkien was an extraordinarily wide reader. So it's possible. It's very, very possible. And these ideas have not just come once. They've recycled over and over and over in history. So it's possible. I mean, you start reading about demonology in the Church Fathers and you go all over the map. So, yeah, possible. All right, so I'm going to start taking super chats now. Unless I see something here. Okay, I think I'm going to take Japonskan Rafi super chat here first for $10. Thank you for the super chat. And he said, "The Father loved the world, John 3:16. He also loved the Son, John 5:20. The Son obeyed, the world didn't. But the Son was sent to die for the world. Who did the Father love more, the world or the Son?" Ooh, interesting question. Another 5-day question. How do I answer this in 3 minutes? Okay. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? And my producer says it defines what you mean by love. And what is the love of God like? That's also going to matter in this. Love for God is positional. It's not just a change of state. Humans, when we love someone, we have a change of state. Where we go from maybe not caring about someone to being madly in love with them. God is positional in his emotional center. So he always has this high regard for the world and the Son. Both are created by, both are, have a relationship to the Father. Christ, as a non-created being who's been in that Trinitarian relationship with the Father through all eternity, has sort of a different relationship, but it's no less love. Likewise, our relationship with God is very different. Our relationship is temporal. We are in time and space. We are not part of that sort of uncreated position of being co-eternal. So it's not that one is loved more. It's loved differently. So to ask who did the Father love more is almost the wrong question. It's not a matter of more, it's a matter of different. The love that God has for the Son is very, very different than he has for the world. But the love he has for the Son is commutative to the world because Christ died for the world. So, because Christ died for the world, he can love us like he loves the Son, but also that sort of the greater love is extended to both. There's a verse that we are all co-heirs in Christ. We're co-workers and co-heirs in Christ Jesus. Sons. We are more than servants. We're sons made by adoption. That's the love of the Father for the Son being extended to the world. So you can't say that one loved the other more, because in some ways it's almost an equal kind of love, because it's the love of the Father, the love of the Son for the Son being commuted onto the world. Now, with that said, the world, we have to understand too that the world in John 3:16 doesn't apply to every individual in the world. It's the world as a unity. It's the created order. It's the ideal best of what God wanted humanity to become. This is one of those things where we look at, say, when God creates the heaven and earth in Genesis 1, he declares it to be good. When he creates, finishes creation and declares it was very good. So while not most individuals in the world, that we all sin and fall short of the glory of God, Christ redeems it and makes it so God loves the world. Because that was the plan. That was the plan, to send the Son. Because he cared enough about the world that he could send the Son to die for our sins and love us in the way he loves Christ. We'll take that in a moment. Linguist Ammo asks, and he almost sounds Calvinist, and then says, nope. Yep. Yep. Nope. And I'm not going to tell you what I am. Although I do consider myself a 3-point Calvinist. Okay? But, that's because, there's not much choice in soteriology. That's why, even if you're not, say, a Calvinist by denomination, you might still be a Calvinist by soteriology. Because you don't have a lot of options. I mean, basically, when it comes to soteriological choices, you got Arminianism, Molinism, and Calvinism. Yeah, that's not a lot of choice. Francis Dodd asks, if God loved the world and the Son differently, would you say the Father loves the Son and the Holy Spirit differently? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't say they. I think it would be, you'd almost have to go back to the Council of Chalcedon here and basically say that the co-equality of the persons of the Trinity extends to the co-equality of love as well. So God the Father loves the Holy Spirit in the same way as he loves the Son. And the reciprocal is true too. The Holy Spirit loves the Father and loves the Son co-equally, as the Son loves the Father and the Holy Spirit equally. So they have different roles, they have different duties, within the divine hierarchy, but they love each other the same, and they've been with each other since before the beginning of time. This is one of the what do we call it now? This is one of the problems that the Trinity solves. There's a classical philosophical problem. If God is, if there was no creation, how can God be good? The Trinity solves that problem. That the persons of the Trinity existed before creation, but they're all reciprocally good to each other and reciprocally love each other. So this is, let's say, one of the classic problems of the philosophy that the Trinity solves. So my answer to this would be they love each other co-equally, even though their duties are different. So anyway, that's a great follow-up question. Thank you very much for asking that, and I hope that helped. I'm going to take the next super chat here from Tom Wamchick for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Bruce Wells argues Adam as garden steward parallels Babylonian temple garden admin. Temple archives list gardener duties like Adam's, also conditional punishment if taking from trees. Thoughts? Okay. I've heard of this argument. I haven't had a chance to fully go through the ancient text on this one. At first blush, and again, I haven't looked at this one as closely as I should have, so understand that I'm sort of spitballing this one. From what I looked, the gardener couldn't take from any trees. This is the garden of the gods. So to steal any fruit at all was a crime. So this is different than, say, Adam as just the steward, in that Adam was allowed to eat of any tree, except the knowledge of the fruit of good and evil. So there's a cosmetic similarity from what I gathered, but I'd have to go into the text in detail to really sort of pinpoint where that is. But again, I'd have to look at this one closer, because you get various different say myths here that say closely parallel the Adam and Eve narrative, but not exactly the same. So I'd have to look at the differences as well as the similarities. So, yeah, Linguist Ammo, I'll take this from Linguist Ammo. He and Walton argue that Walton argued that Adam was a priest like the priests in Mesopotamia. Yeah, that's why I would probably side more with Walton there. I think Walton gets that one closer. Wells is too sort of fixed on, say, the Mesopotamian parallels, without looking at, say, the differences too. Walton's more flexible about this, and Walton is more considerate of, say, what the Genesis text is and what its function is literarily. So I would think I would tend to side more with Walton on this one, but I'd have to look at Wells's argument, and I'd have to look at the original text to be sure. Okay, so let's go on to the next super chat. Again, I want to thank Tom Wanchek for that question, but again, I'd have to go look at that text a bit more. Okay. Triconius Constantinus for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Preferred take on synoptic problem. Gospel order, dates, Q or no Q, etc. God bless, and sending my prayers your way. Well, thank you very much. It was a rough week. It was a really rough week. So I do appreciate the prayers. I don't have any firm opinions on the synoptic problem, but I will give you some of my observations about it, okay? Whether it's Matthew priority or Mark priority really doesn't bother me that much. One way or the other. I sort of still lean with the consensus view on Markan priority, but that's just because I haven't looked at this issue to any great extent. Not since seminary. Seminary was the last time I looked at this. Dates, I tend to go with earlier dates for the Gospels. I tend to go from between 49 for, say, Mark to 70s or 80s for John. Okay? So I tend to go a little earlier than this for... I tend to side on the early side, but I don't go ultra early on this. Q or no Q, doesn't matter one bit. The whole Q thing is a tempest in a teapot. If there was a Q, so what? It doesn't matter to the Gospels in one bit. Yeah, but there's that. Yeah, so and my producer points out that there's no evidence for a Q either. Let me put it to you like this: Luke says he uses sources. Okay, if one of those sources is Q, so what? The problem with Q is that it's trying to it's trying to open the door to the Gnostic Gospels. And that's a kind of problem because the whole basis for Q is centered around the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas. So, but that, even that doesn't actually get their foot in the door because it could be that the Gospel of Thomas was based on Q, and so was something else based on Q. But that doesn't make the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas or any other Gospel necessarily Gnostic or not Gnostic. So, so it just doesn't matter one way or another. So I think a lot of energy is put into the whole Q issue that can be better placed elsewhere. So that's my take on say the synoptic problem. Again, gospel order. I'm fine with Mark in priority, but if it's Matthew priority, fine with that too. Dates, again, I'd say 49 to 80. Again, we don't have anything hard and fast on this, but once you start getting into the church fathers at the end of the first century, I think that sort of ends up being the close date for the Gospels. As far as Q or no Q, don't matter. Just don't matter. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. And Angel VWN here for $10. Or sorry, WVM for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he goes, "Hi, Dr. Falk. The Israelites left Egypt with flocks and herds, Exodus 12:32. But in Exodus 16:3, they complain of no meat and starvation. No food laws had been yet given. Your thoughts?" Okay. They did have flocks. The problem is you have to eat every day. That's an issue. And there's this idea in agrarian cultures that you never eat more than your reproduction number. Okay? You need a starting off number to reproduce your flocks. Otherwise, you just eat yourself to death. So they're not going to eat more than when they left Egypt. So what they're going to do is they're going to pasture their flocks, and they're going to eat of the increase, which is once a year. Because generally, most flocks like this reproduce once a year. You can't live off of that. not without some other supporting agriculture. And that's the problem for them in the wilderness. Is yes, they leave Egypt with flocks and herds, but the reproduction rate is not going to be sufficient to keep them sustained. This is why they need manna. This is why, I mean, it's kind of like having, how do I say this? A bank account with an emergency fund. Okay? And if you start cutting into that emergency fund, you might find yourself soon running out of resources. So even though you might have a reserve, a backup, you're not going to eat into that because you're eating your future. You have to have the individuals of the flocks and the herds to continue it. So, yeah, there's going to come a point when they get to that starvation. And they're going to need food, find food from other sources. That's going to be locusts. That's going to be grubs. That's going to be manna. It's going to be quail. They're going to be opportunist eaters. Yeah. I'll take that comment because it's a good comment. DC says, also the flocks are probably more efficient alive, producing milk and wool, etc. Yes, they will be. So, so you just can't eat your future. So when they talk about having no meat, that's what they're talking about, that they're being forced to dip into their reserves. And no responsible farmer will do that because you're eating your future. So it's hard for us to understand this because most of us don't grow up in an agrarian society these days. We're city slickers. We live in cities. Yeah. But if you've got, say, 50 cattle, okay. My producer grew up in a farming community. She grew up on a farm. I didn't. Okay. But even I know if you're starting off with 50 head of cattle, you don't go below that. If you go below that 50 head of cattle, your base number of cattle, you got big problems. You've got big problems. You eat from the increase, not the base, not the principal. Okay, it's like this. You have an investment, you can take off the interest, you don't touch the principal. Farming's the same way here. Farming is the same way. Daddy DeMint laughs in a small town surrounded by farming communities. Billy. Hey, we've lived in farming communities, but we know what's that like too. And we saw that in Carson City, where if they had a bad year, they ate something else. Because, yeah. Andrew Graham, eating their future is like eating to your retirement fund. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. Yeah, you don't do that. So if you're eating into your future, you're spelling the end of your tomorrow. So yeah, they can say they're out of meat while still having cattle and herds. Because there's systemic problems there that only somebody in an agricultural community would understand. And again, people today don't understand that. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay. Tandem Toad for $10 says, I teach college biology and find Dr. Hugh Ross's interpretation of Genesis very compelling. Mixed with your clan interpretation, the Bible lines up surprisingly well with scientific data. Any thoughts? I only have really one thought. I mean, I don't have a real problem with the science. my problem with Hugh Ross is his use of, say, the concordant interpretation. Now, what's the concordant interpretation? This is the idea that you can take modern science and match it with Genesis. The problem here is not that the science is wrong. The problem here is that Genesis 1 was never intended to be read that way. It was intended to be a piece of ritual literature, establishing the difference between sacred and profane space. Okay? So, while I don't have a problem with Hugh Ross's science, I think there's a problem with concordant interpretations. But I wouldn't just include his interpretation in this. I think all concordant interpretations have this problem. And most of the concordant interpretations we have today are like this. So, like young Earth creationism is a concordant interpretation. Theistic evolution is a concordant interpretation. Old Earth creationism, like Hugh Ross, is a concordant interpretation. So I think it just sort of takes the biblical text and turns it into something else, when it's not really talking about science at all. But I'm glad you found at least the clan interpretation helpful. I appreciate that. I appreciate that intensely. Yeah. I'll take Patui's comment there too, because I think it's worthwhile. Ross is certainly a strong concordance. Oh yeah. But he's well aware of that fact and doesn't deny it. The issue is whether it's legit to find a census plenior under every rock. Yeah. I think that's spot on. And I think that the whole idea of using the texts in that way, when, say, that's not the intent of the author, yeah, I think there's an issue there. So, look, I'm glad he's reaching people. I'll say that. I think his ministry does good things. I think his ministry is effective. But at the same time, too, I think it also misses the point of Genesis. And that whole Genesis 1 to 11 structure is based upon sacred and profane space. All of it. And how, say, that understanding comes into Israelite culture. So, my problem is with Hugh Ross is ultimately going to be how he uses Genesis 1, not his science. As far as I can tell, and I'm no scientist, okay? So I want to keep that in mind too, is that I'm no scientist. I did half an undergrad in science, so I did a lot of science. But for me, it's not a scientific issue. It's not a scientific issue for me, what he says about in his scientific writing. His religious writing, I think it's apples and oranges. Concordant views and the authorial intent of Genesis 1 through 11 serves different purposes. So, with that said, that's my thoughts on the issue. Again, I don't take any particular position on concordant views, other than I just don't like concordant views universally. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. It's an interesting question because it comes down to methodology, ultimately. And this is something we don't talk about much in biblical theology, which we should. Yeah, we talk about it when we do go out and finally do our PhDs. Okay? When we go out and finally do our PhDs, we start talking about methods. Our methods of interpretation, our methods of reading, say, the Greek language, our methods to approaching the ancient culture. But we don't talk that much about method when we talk to the laity. This is something that's only talked about in high academic circles. which is really, really unfortunate because I think we need to talk about methodology more. Because methodology determines results. So, anyway, with that said, thank you very much for that super chat. I mean, here's another question that I could talk about for 5 days. Like, because there's so much here to talk about. There's a lot that could be discussed just on this one issue of, say, concordant versus contextual understandings. With that said, thank you very much, Francis Dodds, Nerd Church. Yep. Yep, we're the Nerd Church. I think we just found a new meme. more channel lore. So thank you very much for the super chat. Great question, and I hope that helped. Nathan Yadone says, was nice to see you folks at ETS. Absolutely. It was fantastic to see you there too. We really enjoyed meeting. We met about a dozen people who watch our channel at ETS. It was just phenomenal. Yes, Mr. EC was very popular. Yeah. There was a lot of people who took selfies with Mr. EC. So, Patui, I joined the Nerd Church. Well, yeah. The Nerd Church is a lot of fun. BC, for Christmas, Dr. Falk should have an open-ended live stream where he just rants about whatever he likes for days. Laughy face. Yeah, well, I'm sure some of you would enjoy that. Some of you would enjoy that way too much, especially the 4 days part. I'm not sure about that, though. DC nerds. Yep. Guilty as charged. Okay. Let's see, where do we leave off here? Let's see. Okay. Okay, the next one here looks like it comes from Slim2K for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Hello, understand in Matthew 4, the Psalm and Deuteronomy is being quoted, but Jesus calling himself the Lord and God in verse 7. Considering verse 1 tells us it's Jesus that's going to be tempted. All right, let's look at Matthew 4 here. I'm not quite sure what you're asking, but okay. So this chapter 4 is the... Take it to from at least 1 to 7, just to see if I can figure out what the question is here. Then Jesus was led up by the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. And after he had fasted 40 days and 40 nights, he became hungry. And the tempter came and said to him, if you are the Son of God, command these stones become bread. But he answered and said, it is written, man shall not live on bread alone, but on every word that proceeds out of the mouth of God. Then the devil took him into the holy city, and he had him stand on the pinnacle of the temple. And he said, if you are the Son of God, throw yourself down, for it is written, he will give his angels charge concerning you, and on their hands they will bear you up, lest you strike your foot against a stone. Jesus said to him, on the other hand, it is written, you shall not put the Lord your God to the test. Okay. Okay, the Psalm and Deuteronomy is being quoted, but Jesus is calling himself Lord in verse 7. Yes. Yes, he is. Tells us it's Jesus that's going to be tempted. Okay. I'm going to try to guess what you're asking here. I'm not quite sure. He is calling himself Lord in verse 7. Okay, that's definitely what's going on here. And frankly, the devil knows this. Okay? So, but being tempted in the flesh is not the same as sinning. So, just because he's the Lord, he's still an incarnated being. He is one person with two natures. He's got a human nature. Again, we're going to have to go back to the Fourth Council of Chalcedon here, where you can't separate the human. It's not two persons. It's not a person of a human person and a divine person. It's a one being with two natures. And the nature of humanity can be tempted, even though his divine nature is also that of the Lord. So well, it's a let's take that one from Jamie here. Why would that verse be a rebuke? Jesus isn't literally saying that you can be sustained. Jesus isn't literally saying you can be sustained of your dietary needs from reading the text. No, he isn't. But and that's in verse 4. Man shall not live on bread alone. But here's the thing: he is being goaded to do something against his fast. That's what's happening in verse 4 here. He's fasting for 40 days and 40 nights, and he becomes hungry. Now, again, the 40 days and 40 nights here are not a literal 40 days and 40 nights. This is that idiomatic 40. So for an uncertain time, he's essentially fasted. Then he becomes hungry. His fast isn't over. He's still mid-fast. So the tempter, verse 3, came and said to him, "If you are the Son of God, command that these stones become bread." Verse 4, but he answered and said, "It is written, man shall not live on bread alone, but on every word that proceeds out of the mouth of God." So he's rejecting the challenge. He's saying, "Oh, if you're really the Son of God, turn this bread into stone." Christ is reminding him, "Hey, I'm mid-fast. There's more than at stake here than just eating bread." So that's what he's doing by quoting what is said in verse 4 here. Every challenge is an attempt to unseat the authority of the Son of God. That's what these challenges are designed to do. They're not just tests. They're challenges to authority and to purpose. Yeah. But two, he points out, not only tempted to break his fast, but tempted to rid his state of humiliation. Yeah. And without that, if he had did that before his resurrection, he would have defeated his own purpose. And we would be doomed. Okay? So this whole challenge in Matthew 4 is to pull down the authority of Christ. That's what it's designed to do. That's the temptation of the devil here, is to pit human needs against the authority of the Son of God. So just because Jesus could turn the stones into bread doesn't mean he should. It would break his fast. It would show his lack of authority. Just like if he bowed down to the devil, and be given the world. The devil says, to the holy city and said, "Stand on the pinnacle. If you are the Son of God, throw yourself down." Again, why should he play the devil's game here? Shows a lack of control. Ah. All right, get Slim 2K's comment here. What inspired my question is when we engaged with the Muslims, they asked, where does Jesus said he is God? Would that verse work, or is it referring to the Father? No, it is referring to him. Uh, um, but it also could be read the other way too. So would it be the best verse to use with a Muslim? Probably not. But you don't want to put the Lord your God to the test, whether it is the Father or the Son. And the text here is a little bit ambiguous, okay? But it does say, though, it does imply that relationship here. Because again, we know from Isaiah 44:6, there are two persons called the Lord. King of Israel, Father, and his Redeemer, the Yahweh of hosts. So, I don't know if it's the best to use against a Muslim, but frankly, some of the things in the Quran are just dynamite against Muslims. But that's a topic for a different discussion, and I'd probably have to read up a bit more about that before I comment on that. So, yeah, that's interesting. There's that comment down below. Once he withdrew, the angels came down to feed him. In verse 11, then the devil left him, and behold, angels came and began to minister to him. So, yeah, John 8:58 is probably the best one here. BC comments on that. You're going to use that as something against Muslim. However, before, truly, truly, I say unto you, before Abraham was, I am. That is probably the strongest statement of divinity in the entire New Testament. Triconius Constantinus. Save that for the eventual crossover with Dr. Wood. All you guys want that. Oh boy. Yeah, I'd never be able to dig at Egypt and go back again. Oh boy. Yeah. Revelations. I am the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. Christ saying that. I am the first and the last. Again, we pair that up with Isaiah 45, 44. I am the first and the last. I know of no God beside me. There's the other points too, where Christ forgives sins. No one can forgive sins except God alone. So there's a lot of references to Christ's divinity in the Bible. So a lot of them. All right, so with that said, let's move on to the next super chat here. And okay, Micah Watts for $19.99. Thank you very much for that super chat. Hey, David, I know stars in heaven are for seasons, but it is also says signs. What are your thoughts on astronomy, astrology, and its relationship to the ancient biblical worldview and our lives now? Okay. This is a reference to Genesis 1. Pull that up. Fourth day of creation. Here it is. Genesis 1:14. And God said, let there be lights in the expanse of the heavens, to separate the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons, and for days and years. Okay. Let them be for light in the expanse of the heavens, to give light on earth, and it was so. Okay. Now, this is one of those passages that's, again, very controversial. Yeah, what's new on this channel? We're not exactly sure what is meant by ot, which is the word for signs. Okay? Now, there is some precedent for this, that, ancient peoples did use astrology and astronomy too. The definition would be that the difference would be an astronomy is basically a measurement of the heavens. An astrology is a predictive omen from the heavens. Okay? And there are a couple of references to astrology in the Bible, particularly as it refers to, say, the rise of certain people. For example, it's in Genesis. One of those stars. Now, in this particular case, this is a vision. This is the dream of Joseph. Genesis 37, verse 5. Then Joseph had a dream. When he told it to his brothers, they hated him even more. He said, "Please listen to this dream which I had. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf rose up and stood erect, and behold, your sheaves gathered around and bowed down to my sheaf." Then his brothers said, "Are you actually going to reign over us?" "Oh, yes, yes, you are." "Are you going to rule, or are you really going to rule over us?" So they hated him even more for his dreams and his words. Now he still had another dream, and related it to his brothers and said, "Lo, I had still another dream. And behold, the sun, the moon, and the 11 stars were bowing down to me." Okay, so that is a dream, a vision based upon astrology. Okay, so even though maybe he wasn't looking up at the sky directly, he was looking at stars and seeing that a sign would be coming as a result. We do see also, say, for example, the famous Star of Bethlehem, where, say, Magi were looking for the Christ child based upon a certain conjunction in the zodiac. So we would say this is not normative today. Okay. The whole idea of, say, astrology used to predict the future, this was something that was a commonly held belief in the ancient world. Now, some cultures did hold to this a lot more than others. We see this in, say, Hittite culture. The Hittites did have astral deities. The Mesopotamians had deities that were based upon certain movements of planets and in orientation to each other. See it less in Egypt, although you do find some of it there too. It was not used so much for divination, though. It was more used for, say, the idea that some of the gods were up there. Not by any means all the gods, but just some of the minor deities, as well as, say, the goddess Nut. Okay, so you do find reference to this in magical cultures. And Israel was a magical culture. Today, we would not place any warrant on this. But signs are still part of, say, the prophetic visions and, say, the events yet to come. As it relates to our lives today, it's going to be less so because we don't come from a worldview that is, say, magical in origin, although some would argue that's changing. But you do see it in, for example, in the book of Revelation. You see, say, Revelation 4, which is just a recapitulation of Joseph's dream. But you also see it in another place too. You see it in reference in, say, Revelation 8 to, say, an analogy to angelic beings. You also see it in, say, cataclysmic astronomical events. Let's see. Wormwood here. Revelation 8. Name of the star was called Wormwood, and a third of the waters became woodworm, and men died because of the waters. Verse 10, and the third angel sounded, and a great star fell from heaven like a burning torch. It fell on a third of the rivers and a third of the spring. Okay. It's portending to an astronomical event, but with an astrological significance. So, I don't. Here's sort of, I think, where the balance is on this. I think the balance here is that astrology has no power to predict the future. That doesn't mean that certain events won't happen that involve astronomical bodies that will be portents to other things. Like kind of like, if a great earthquake happens, it could have significance beyond just the earth, tectonic plates moving and shaking. It doesn't mean that the earthquake itself is causing that future event to happen. It's that it's coinciding with a future event. So an astronomical event could happen that coincides with an astrological interpretation. So I think that's sort of our use here going forward, is that those signs are coincidental, but not causative. I hope that makes sense. So it's not like the magical worldview of the past, where, say, people would see something happen in the heavens and think that's causing it. Instead, people can see stuff in the heaven now and goes, oh, that's coinciding with something else. So I think it still has a purpose for signs in that respect. Again, coincidental versus causative. So anyway, I hope that describes how that, say, word in Genesis 1, the word stuff or sign, can still have significance for us today, but it's not going to be viewed in the same light as, say, somebody in the Bronze Age would view this. Just because we don't believe today that astronomical bodies cause other events, but that doesn't mean they still can't coincide with them. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I really appreciate the question. I hope that helped. It's a difficult question, but I think that sort of lays out some of the foundation for thinking about this going forward. Okay, next one here. Take that comment here. Nathan, you don't. Ugh, I'd hate it if there was some demon out there like Ungoliant. Oh yeah. Yeah, Ungoliant was a scary, scary character. For those of you who don't know, Ungoliant is the mother of all spiders. From the Tolkien, Silmarillion, yeah, scary. Suck the life out of everything, yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, no one wants to deal with something like Ungoliant. totally get that one. Whoa. Alrighty, let's take the next super chat here. Now, it looks like we might have an earlier night as far as the super chats go. So, in which case, we just go on to non-superchats. Until I run out of non-superchats or I collapse. Let's not do that latter one. Okay. Triconius Constantinus for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Christological readings of Targum Neophytes Genesis 1:1 regarding wisdom, memra of the Lord, son of the Lord, just overzealous interpreting? Probably. A lot of Targums are. They tend to overstate the interpretation. I haven't looked at this particular Targum myself. I've most of the Targums I've dealt the one Targum I've really engaged with is the Targum Onkelos, but other Targums are very similar. For those who don't know, a Targum is basically when you quote a text and you fill in other text between the words to basically provide interpreted glosses to the text as you go along. So, he adds to this. Okay, let's take that one because that'll help. Martin McNamara, Targum Neophyte Genesis Liturgical Press, 1992, page 52, Genesis 1:1. From the beginning, with wisdom, the memra of the Lord created and perfected the heavens and the earth. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can see definitely where the original text was here. And then where the Targum is inserted. The interpretive reading is inserted. Like, for example, Genesis 1:1, from the beginning, and that's sort of with the normal text, and then you go with wisdom, the memra. I'm not sure what the means by memra here is. I'd have to look that one up. Memra of the Lord, created, and again, and perfected the heavens and the earth. So you can kind of see where, if you chop this up, where the original text is and versus where the interpretive parts of it are. You know, you compare that to, say, Genesis 1:1. Pull that up. You know, in the beginning. Okay, that's very much compatible with from the beginning. It substitutes God with the wisdom, the memra of the Lord. Now, that's less typical of Targums. Generally, Targums normally preserve the exact wording from the original text, but they may have been using a different text. Like, for example, if this happens to be, say, a Syriac Targum, some Syriac texts, original texts, what they'll do is they'll take a translation into the Syriac and then add their own supplementation to that Syriac. So the Lord here might have just been a substitute for God. So this is very, very typical of Targums. Very typical of Targums. And then the Lord created and perfected. That and perfected is added. It's an interpretive gloss. The heavens and the earth. Okay, so this, as I say, very normal of Targums, which is why you have to be really careful of Targums as well, not to try to not take them as the same as the texts. They're interpretive devices. They're essentially the ancient version of commentaries. Before anyone ever did a running commentary, like a parallel commentary like we do today. Today, the way we do this is we translate the text, and then we do a commentary underneath, basically line by line, so that our interpretations are seen as separate from the text. Ancient writers never did this. Let's take a look at Patui's here. More interesting than Genesis 1:1, see Targum Nefertiti on Genesis 2:1, and they, Afil third plural, the meaning the Lord and his memra completed the creating of the heavens and the earth and all their armies. 2:1. Thus the heavens and the earth were completed and all their hosts. Yeah. Yep. Again, this is Targum. This is how Targum works. Where you take a text, You copy it. Copy may be right, copy may be wrong, based on translation, and then you add your commentary. So, Targums are really interesting stuff. They are very, very interesting. So, I think they're fascinating because it does give you an insight into the copyist's mind. Not so much into the original texts, but into the copyist's mind. Now, the copyist mind is a different animal than say the original author. So you can get a lot of insight from Targums, which is why I think they're fascinating. But you also have to be able to parse them as well and not take anything they say verbatim. So you view it as a commentary, and they're interesting. They're very interesting. Okay. So with that said, let's get back here to the super chats. Where did I leave off? Just a round off here with Triconius here. It is overzealous interpreting, is what it is ultimately. You ultimately are going to end up with a Targum reading into a text. So as long as you know that the Targums are reading into a text, then you just recognize that as overzealous interpreting. So but that's what's very common for Targums. Very common. Nonetheless, it's still interesting. You can get some really wild interpretations with a Targum. So there was one I read on, was it in Onkelos, talking about Cain and Abel, that was really, really interesting too. I mean, they really elaborated. So like, they can go on for sentences between, two words. Very, very interesting stuff to read, though. Okay. Here we go, nerding out. Okay, Sentinel Apologetics for $5 Australian. Good to see you, Rob. Haven't seen you in a while. Blessings, David. It's been a while, but sending some love your way. Well, thank you. Could use it right now. Any thoughts on quail migration patterns across the Sinai Peninsula in Exodus 16? Absolutely. Glad you were here tonight. Glad you asked. We do know that when Sinai Peninsula was still a savanna. Now, today it's not a savanna. Today it's a full desert. Back in the late Bronze Age, it was a savanna. That means there were grasslands, olive trees, almond trees, bugs, lots of bugs, and quail would sometimes get blown in their migratory journey from Europe into Africa, into the Sinai, especially if there was a strong west to east wind that would sometimes blow quail off their migratory route into Sinai. Now, oftentimes this wasn't a problem, especially not in the late Bronze Age, because there was still stuff for the quail to eat and forage, and then move on to resume their journey into Africa. Okay? Now, today, that would be different. When I was in Egypt last time, I think it was, last time I was in Egypt, I took a boat down the Nile, and I saw a flock of quail fly overhead. They're still migrating to Egypt. You see quail mentioned all through Egyptian texts. Quail are very, very common. In fact, this is one of the bird chick symbol is a quail. So quail are a strong part of Egyptian culture. So the fact that quail would have migrated into the Sinai during, say, the wetter periods of the late Bronze Age isn't surprising. Again, anytime there's like a strong west to east wind, it would just blow. It would blow them off course, and then into the Sinai. Again, but during the Late Bronze Age, quail could forage because there were still insects, seeds, grains, that sort of thing, grasses that they could, eat off of. But today, you wouldn't see a lot of surviving quail flocks going into Sinai today because it's just too arid. If they got blown off today, and it still does happen on occasion, it wouldn't end up being a good thing for them. They would usually die at this point because there's nothing to eat, there's no wetlands, there's nothing like that to sort of sustain them. So they typically tend today to, the ones that you still see that, don't get blown off course, they tend to go down the Nile because they're following the river. So this is why it wouldn't have been so uncommon in the Late Bronze Age. Today, yeah, you wouldn't see a lot of quail surviving that. So it was never part of their regular migration pattern. It usually happened when, say, weather conditions forced them off course. This is also why we sometimes see locusts getting blown off course too, when winds come the opposite direction. This is kind of an interesting phenomenon too, where you see, say, if you got a west to east wind, it tends to blow the quail off course, whereas if you've got a east to west wind, it tends to blow the locusts off course. So this is one of the things that sort of, you see differences happening here. And you even see references to this blowing off course in some Egyptian literature, where there's a one of the prophetic texts where it talks about the birds being blown off course and coming into the Nile Delta to ravage. So anyway, I hope that found that interesting. It's, as I say, it's not a part of their normal migration to go into the Sinai, but it's more catastrophic for them today to do so than it was in the past. In the past, they would have just said, once they would have taken a rest in Sinai, they would have picked up and continued on into Africa. So in the past, they would have just picked up and continued on. Today, they don't. And you generally, as a result, you don't see so many quail resting in the Sinai, just because it's all desert now. But that wasn't always so. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And it was great to see you here tonight. Milo, controversial nerd church. Hell, yeah. Okay. Let's not get into that. I think we're getting close to the end of the super chats, actually. Didn't have any that many tonight, so then we'll go into non-super chats. I want to thank Jack Ray for gifting the channel here 50 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you so much for your support of this channel. Really, really helps, and we so appreciate it. We survive now because we've gone full time here on your generosity and the generosity of others to keep this little thing afloat. So thank you so very much for your generosity to us and to others on this channel. We really appreciate it. Okay, and okay. Okay, Matthew Harrell for 499. Thank you very much for that super chat. Hi, Dr. Folk. Remember me? Yeah, it's been a while. I hope you're doing okay. My wife is giving birth. Will you outpatient for her, please? Pray? Is that what it is? I think it's pray. Okay. Will you pray for her, please? I hope you are well. Yeah, it's been a week. It's been a week. But we'll definitely pray for her. Yeah. I want to wish you congratulations on your wife that she's giving birth. We'll pray for her right now, very, very quickly, and we hope for the best. Do let us know if it's a boy or a girl. Right, so we'll pray right now. If you're at home, please follow along. BC says, I think pray, but outpatient is the best autocorrect ever. Yes, we're definitely going to pray for you right now, and hope that God blesses your family. All right, so you'll follow along, guys. Dear Heavenly Father, we just come to you. You are the great God and Maker of the universe. You hold a sparrow in your hand, as well as all humanity. Lord, we pray for the health of Matthew Harrell's wife and soon to come child. We pray that the birth goes smoothly, and that you will raise up this child in the ways of the Lord. Lord, we ask that you may just bless them, fill them with peace and with blessings, and that this may be just a event that glorifies you and blesses all of them and brings them much, much joy. We thank you for the blessings of your protection, and we ask that you may keep all the members of the family safe and healthy. We pray this in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Okay, so got a prayer here, and congratulations. Let us know, boy or girl, and we hope everything turns out fantastic. So thank you again for the super chat. We really appreciate it. Okay. Christospheros for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. 2 Peter 2, specifically verses 6 to 10. How do we reconcile Lot's bad behavior in Genesis 19 with Peter's assessment? Ooh. All right, let's go to 2 Peter. 2 Peter, chapter 2, 6 to 10. Okay. Okay. Go back a little bit here. Verse 4, we'll start verse 4. If God did not spare angels when they sinned, but cast them into hell and committed them to pits of darkness reserved for judgment, and did not spare the ancient world, but preserved Noah, a preacher of righteousness, with 7 others, when he brought the flood upon the world of the ungodly. And if he condemned the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah to destruction by reducing them to ashes, having made them an example to those who would live ungodly thereafter. And if he rescued righteous Lot, oppressed by the sensual content of unprincipled men, for what he saw and heard, that righteous men, while living among them, felt his righteous soul tormented day after day with their lawless deeds. And that's thought to be a interpretive gloss, verse 8. Then the Lord knows how to rescue the godly from temptation and to keep the righteous under punishment for the day of judgment. Okay. Now, let's take a look at Genesis 19. Probably get a pretty good view of it, so. Now, the 2 angels, starting in verse 1. Now, the 2 angels came to Sodom an evening as Lot was sitting in the gate of Sodom. When Lot saw them, he rose to meet them and bowed with his face to the ground. All right. Righteous act number 1. He shows deference. And he said, Now behold, my lords, please turn aside into your servant's house and spend the night, and wash your feet, and you may rise early and go on your way. Okay. Showing hospitality. Okay, this is a clan culture again. Clan cultures, hospitality is super important. They said, No, but we shall spend the night in the square. Yet he urged them strongly when he turned aside to him and entered his house. And he prepared a feast for them and baked unleavened bread, and they ate. Therefore they lay down, the men of the city, the men of Sodom, surround the house, both young and old, all the people from every quarter. They called to Lot and said, Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us, so that we may have relations with them. And Lot went out to them at the doorway and shut the door behind him. He said, "Please, my brothers, do not act wickedly." Okay, he's chewing them out. Now, these guys are not going to listen, but he chews them out anyway. Now, this is the questionable part right here. "Now, behold, I have 2 daughters who have not had relations with men. Please let me bring them out to you and do to them whatever you like." Yeah, this is not a good thing. Here's the thing. Just because he acts righteously in some cases doesn't mean he's a perfect man. It doesn't mean he does what's right in every case. "Please let me bring them out to you and do whatever you like. Only do not do to these men inasmuch as they have come under the shelter of my roof." This is standard clan hospitality 101. This is expected. This is the minimum expected standard in a clan society. And the evil men know this. Evil men know this. So they're not going to be satisfied with the daughters. They're not interested in the daughters. Yeah. They want to humiliate Lot and humiliate the strangers. But they said, "Stand aside." Furthermore, they said, "This one came in as an alien. Already he is acting like a judge. Now we will treat you worse than them." So, the men of Sodom here are just, they're going to treat Lot even worse than what they're going to treat these angels. So they pressed hard against Lot and came near to break the door. But the men reached out their hands and brought Lot into the house with them and shut the door. And they struck the men who were at the doorway with the house with blindness so great and small, so that they were wearied themselves trying to find the doorway. All right. Now, here's the thing. One can have imputed righteousness. This is classic biblical theology. Even if not everything you do in your right is right and correct, righteousness is still imputed to you by acts of faith. What Lot here shows is acts of faith. Not every decision he makes is morally right, because this is imputed righteousness. And what 2 Peter 2:2 is driving at here is imputed righteousness. These men of Sodom had no faith. There's no imputed righteousness for them. But Lot shows deference to the angels. He tries to warn the men to act wickedly. They decide to do it anyway. So, because we have imputed righteousness, like for example, Abraham lied to the king of Egypt, so he would take his wife to be as a wife. So that was a bad thing to do. But Abraham trusted in God, and it was imputed to righteousness. That's what we have to look at here, is the acts of Lot being qualified as imputed righteousness, or because they're right of their own accord? Well, some of them were right on their own accord, some of them weren't. But imputed righteousness overcomes those acts of unrighteousness, because greater is the righteousness of God than the righteousness of mankind. So, this is why we have to look at these in those sorts of terms. David is described as a man after God's own heart. David wasn't a good man. He was a lousy father. He was a murderer. He was an adulterer. But he also trusted in the Lord. That's imputed righteousness. The thief on the cross, who basically said to Christ, "Remember me in paradise." That act of faith is imputed righteousness. The thief was no good. He had no good works to call his own. The thief on the cross was a brigand. He was a robber. He was a thief. He also showed an act of faith on the cross. That's imputed righteousness. So that's how we reconcile this, is we look at the acts of faith and say, does that qualify as imputed righteousness? Again, the imputation is from God, not from man. The acts of faith is not itself a work of goodness, but it is an act where you trust in the Lord, and the Lord makes up the difference. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for that question. It's a great question of fundamental theology, but this is how we would reconcile, say, the bad behavior of Lot in Genesis 19 with the specification in 2 Peter 2 that Lot was acting in a righteous manner, because it's imputed righteousness. It's a girl, huh? Wow. Well, thank you for letting us know, Matthew. Awesome. Awesome to hear. Congratulations, Daddy. I need to post it up. Well, did you see what time it was? Oh, it's a super chat. Okay, then we'll get to it. Oh, there it is. Okay, Matthew Harrell for $1.99. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. She is a girl. Awesome. All right. You got a lot to look forward to, especially those teenage years when she starts dating. I'm sure she'll be a great blessing to you. So, yeah, congratulations. Congratulations. We're so happy for you. And we hope everyone is healthy. So, thank you for letting us know, and God bless you. All right, the next one here is from Shroud 2.0 for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. What was slavery like in Egypt compared to ancient Israel? Very different. You could sell yourself into slavery in Egypt, and then you became part of a slave class. Slavery in Egypt was also didn't have any redemption period. Like, for example, if you were an Israelite, you could, you would sell yourself into slavery, and then at the end of 7 years, you would be released. So, in many respects, there was a limit to how long you could be a servant as an Israelite. And once that passed, you can voluntarily continue to be a slave through the use of, say, they pierce your ear, and you become a bondservant. At that point, you give up your right to go free, but you found a master that apparently you love so much that you'd stay with him forever. Okay? So, there were several bondservants. There were a lot of bondservants in Israel. So, it was one of those things where slavery in Israel, you could be released after a time. Now, for a foreigner, it was more like what you find in Egypt, where you could be a perpetual, if you were a foreigner and you, say, remained a foreigner and didn't integrate into the community of Israel, you could be a slave in perpetuity, just like you find in Egypt. But there's also other kinds of slaves in Egypt, too. Slaves in Israel tended to be more agricultural workers. Egyptian slaves in Egypt tend to be more specialty labor. So in Egypt, a lot of slaves were taken during military raids. So they were looking for skills that they couldn't get at home. So slavery in Egypt, you would have people like brickmakers, coppersmiths, vintners, fig knockers. They were looking for yeah, yeah. Egypt didn't take agricultural workers to be slaves unless they had a special skill. The fact is that Egypt had more farmers than they knew what to do with. So in Egypt, there wasn't much demand for slaves that were just agricultural workers. Your generic agricultural worker, because you could pay a farmer less than you could for a slave. So, there was just no call for as many agricultural workers as those. You have to kind of understand in Egypt, slavery was more like being an IT worker. You have a specialized skill, we're going to treat you like garbage, and you're more expensive than the local farmer. But you're more expensive because you have skills. Doesn't mean you're going to be treated better, just like an IT worker, but they are going to be. But you are prized and considered to be a higher social class than a farmer, even though you weren't free. The question is, was anybody free in Egypt? One of the things we kind of think of when we think about slaves is the lack of movement, lack of mobility. People weren't free to move around in ancient Egypt, whether they were slave, farmer, hereditary governor. Hereditary governors weren't even allowed to move out of their provinces unless under special dispensation. So, there's... Yeah, the king was free, ancient history gamer. Yeah, he was about the only person who was free. Everyone else was pretty much stuck. Even craftsmen. Craftsmen were sequestered in a village with armed guards. Were they free? Well, yeah, they could surrender their tools and leave the village. But where do they go? Not like they can go to another craftsman village. You're stuck. You're tied to the land. It's kind of more of a feudal state, if we want to think about it that way, where the people are tied to the land itself. So, if you were bought as a slave in Egypt, you were pretty much stuck wherever you were, unless, if your ownership was transferred to another party, but it would usually be in the same town. Or you died in the role. So that was more like what slavery was like in Egypt. Now, slavery in Egypt could also be... one could get out of slavery a couple ways in Egypt. If your owner adopted you as a son, he could then write you a writ of emancipation. Okay? So there wasn't a scheduled... like, for example, in Israel, if you were an Israelite, it was scheduled. If you hit that year of Jubilee, you were freed. And your land would be returned, say, after 50 years. If you sold your land, that couldn't stay permanently with the purchaser. It would revert back the clan on the 50th year. But in Egypt, once you were sold in slavery, it was generally for life unless you were freed. And it did happen at times. There's one record, very interesting record, where there's a widow who has a bunch of slaves. She adopts one as her son, writes him a writ of emancipation, and then marries him. It's a very interesting little legal loophole. But it is a loophole in ancient Egypt. And it was legal. So, we do find these little eccentricities that are happened in various kinds of slavery across the ancient Near East. So when we talk about slavery, it's not a one for all kind of deal. You know, say for example, the even to say the number of slaves. You know, I mean every culture of the ancient Near East regulated slavery. Egypt regulated it, Israel regulated it, Mesopotamia regulated it. They all regulated slavery. And they would have different expectations and results as in according to that regulation. So, like for example, if in Israel you punch a foreigner and he loses his tooth, he could be let go. He could be freed. He's free. In Egypt, you can punch a slave and that's just normal part of your beatings. That's your everyday beating. Woo. Yeah, Egypt was a beat culture. You know, they didn't like what you said, you get a beat down. They just think you deserved it that day, you got a beat down. Yeah. I mean, Egyptian slaves couldn't be summarily killed by their masters. But boy, they could keep you beating you. You know? Likewise, there were, inheritance laws associated with slavery in Mesopotamia that didn't quite apply in Egypt, although they had their own version of that. So, yeah, I'm not really scared of Bowen. Yeah, he showed his true colors already. Okay. So anyway, there's a lot of points of difference here between slavery in Egypt versus Israel. But as I said, every society in the ancient Near East regulated it. Whether or not they, it's the same, that's a whole different matter. It's different from culture to culture. But it's, suffice it to say, it was always regulated. So anyway, thank you very much for the question, and thank you for the super chat, and I hope that helped. Okay, we've got another super chat coming. Matthew Harrell for 490. Thank you very much for the question. Last question. Was Zechariah receiving prophecy simply through a dream, or is there more going on in chapters 1 to 7? Thank you, and God bless. That's a good question. I'd have to look at that text more closely. Let's see what the beginning of the text says here. It's not very specific here. So Zechariah 1:1 says, "In the 8th month of the 2nd year of Darius, the word of the Lord came to Zechariah, the prophet, son of Berechiah, son of Iddo, saying." Okay. When we talk about prophetic utterances, sometimes it's a dream, but generally it's a visit to the royal court of God. We see this, for example, in, say, the Isaiah or the Ezekiel prophecies, where a prophet is actually brought up into the throne room of God himself. So that's generally what is meant by, say, prophetic revelations. Prophetic revelations are done on a face-to-face matter. This is why in, say, traditional, say, Judaism, the prophet Daniel is not considered to be a true prophet. Daniel never has a face-to-face with God. Every message he receives is through angelic intermediaries or dreams. That's not considered to be prophetic visions. So, traditionally, Daniel is not a prophet, even though he records a lot of prophecies. So, in the case of Zechariah, there is that expectation that he's had a face-to-face encounter with the divine. So, So that's typically what's meant. So if there is a vision, and it can be a vision without being a dream. Okay? Visions happen when you're conscious. So a lot of, say, the prophetic visions are done when people are awake. Yes, you do have the ones like, say, Joseph, which are, have dreams, because he was known for his dreamer. But again, in that sort of, say, line of, say, Judaic thinking, Joseph would not be considered a prophet, even though he has prophesied. He has, like, for example, you'll see in a text in, I think it's like 1 Samuel, where Saul is being selected to be king, and he starts sitting down and prophesying. He's not asleep. He's fully awake. He's having a vision as a prophet. So what's basically, when we talk about, say, prophetic utterances, they're basically more or less visions or direct God speaking to the person. They're not angelic intermediaries. So it's probably not a dream. It's probably a vision. And when you start looking down to, at the first tier of Zechariah, it does talk about, say, a prophetic utterance where he receives a message. But on, say, verse 7 here, where Zechariah 1:7 says, on the 24th day of the 11th month, which is the month of Shabbat, in the second year of Darius, the word of the Lord came to Zechariah the prophet, the son of Berechiah, son of Iddo, as follows. I saw at night, and behold, a man was riding on a red horse, and he was standing among the myrtle trees which were in the ravine with red, sorrel, and white horses behind him. Okay. So that's visual data. So here he's receiving a vision, not a dream. So that's what sort of will define, say, a prophetic utterance versus, say, a prophecy given to a non-prophet. That doesn't mean they're not prophecies. It doesn't mean they won't come true. Just that the standard mode of transmission is through visions or direct word of God. So I hope that sort of clarifies it for you. It's very interesting, but we do see both here in Zechariah. You see both the utterances, where it's a God giving the word directly, and where we see a vision manifest. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. And it's a very, very interesting question. Okay. Next one here. This looks like our last super chat here. So after this, we'll go into some non-super chats. And it's from Joseph Parton for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. I heard there are no known languages related to Sumerian or descended from it. What are your thoughts on where the Sumerians fit in the Middle East? That is an interesting question, because he's right. He's right. There are no known languages related to Sumerian or the descendants from it. Okay? Sumerian appears to be a one-off. We don't know why exactly that is. And linguists don't have any idea either. Now, if we get more information of some of the related languages in the area, because not every language in Mesopotamia had a writing system that we have identified, we could get a bigger picture of this eventually. But as of right now, we just don't know. Sumerian is not related to Akkadian. It doesn't seem to be related to Elamite, although we're still having problems translating Elamite. It's not related to Amoritic. It's not related to the whole Semitic language tree. It also doesn't seem to be related to Indo-European. So it's really odd. Now, I'm no expert on Sumerian. I don't know the language myself. I know a little bit about it because of the back reading I've had to do on Akkadian. But from what I've gathered, it's its own thing. It's very, very different. So we don't know what to make of it as far as how it fits into the history of language itself. But it is very different and very unique. And that's about all I know about it, really. But, who knows? We might find some other language in the not too distant future that might be related or a close relative that might fill in the gaps. You're a fuck. Sumerian is the language of the sound foxes. That's as good a guess as anyone's, honestly. Hey, best theory I've heard for this. So anyway, the quick answer is we don't know. We don't know how Sumerian fits in the language tree, and I wouldn't dare to even guess. Indie Gun Wild says seems similar to the Bosque in relation to uniqueness. Yeah, very similar in that respect. That it does seem to be a regional one-off, but that's again based upon a lack of data. We don't have enough evidence of. The fact is, Sumerian is the oldest written language in Mesopotamia. So we don't, because it's the oldest written language, that doesn't exclude the possibility of there being other spoken languages in Mesopotamia that just didn't survive. This is one of those differences between what actually existed versus what survives in the archaeological record. It could be that there were other languages similar to it. They just didn't survive the archaeological record because they didn't have writing. The Sumerians were basically invented their own writing system. So, because they're the ones that invented a writing system, if other languages in the area didn't invent it, those languages would become lost. And at that point, you're guessing. You're guessing. You don't have any data. No data is just no data. You can't infer one thing. You basically can't say for certain it's a one-off, but you also can't say for certain it wasn't a one-off. It's an argument for silence, ultimately. So, but it is unique from the languages that are extant. It does appear to be a one-off. But again, that's in the context of what is extant. So, oh, Jamie, are you saying it's Zalian? Could be. Oh boy. Okay, so with that said, that's the last super chat. I want to thank you all for the super chats. We're going to get to some non-super chats. Milo asks, any hints on what your next popcorn review will be about? Nope. Popcorn never reveals its secrets. We don't hint. They just show up. So, if there's a net when the next popcorn review does happen, it'll be a complete surprise. Yep, there'll be a lot of people sweating bullets when it does appear, because it always does people sweating bullets. But now that we've gone full time, we are highly considering doing another popcorn review in the near future. But we'll never reveal or hint what it'll be on. So anyway, thank you for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay. See what else we got for non-super chats. You take this one here from Lego David. To what extent were pharaohs considered divine? Were they merely seen as descended from gods, or so semi-divine, or were they seen as fully divine manifestations of gods? Okay. This is a view that changed over Egyptian history. Up until from the earliest periods of the Old Kingdom to the time of Amenhotep III in Dynasty 18, pharaohs were considered to be potentially divine. Now, they weren't divine by nature. They were divine potentially. So upon death, they become divine. That changed with Amenhotep III. Amenhotep III was the first king to basically declare himself divine by nature. Okay? Now, the thinking on this sort of advanced from Amenhotep III right up until the end of Dynasty 20, where they were seen as becoming divine upon their coronation. So as soon as they were coronated, the horse bird would fly upon them, rest upon them, and at that point they became divine. So, but after Dynasty 20, the Theban priesthood in Karnak basically said, nope, kings are not divine anymore. And basically there's no god but Amun-Re. So this is something that sort of changed over time. And once you had that split of the Third Intermediate Period, pharaohs were once again seen as only divine in potential. So it's one of those things that sort of switch depending on where you are in the history. But it was more they became divine than they were. There was always a myth that they were descended from gods, or they were raised by gods, or they were breastfed by gods. But so the gods were interactive in the life of the king, but they weren't actually seen as fully divine, except for that small period of Egyptian history. They always became it after they died. And in that period of the 18th and 19th and 20th dynasty, they were seen as divine upon coronation. So it was really, when was the point of divinity? Was it at the point of death, or was it at coronation? As I said, from Amenhotep III until the end of Dynasty 20, it was at coronation. Yeah, because yeah. My producer makes the important point here that Egyptian gods weren't necessarily immortal. They grew up, they were born, grew up, got old, got senile, and could die. Osiris is a perfect example of a god that got whacked by his brother. So, gods in Egypt were mortal. They were considered very, very powerful beings. Darn hard to kill, but you need a rat of Carabanog to do it. Or another god. Another god could whack you off if you were a god. But, yeah, it was, it was one of those things where the king himself, if he died, it didn't not make him a god, just because gods in Egypt were also mortal. Okay. So, anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Back up here. BC asks, do you think the Code of Hammurabi informed much of the Mosaic Law? I've listened to it and it sounds familiar. What, if any, significance does this hold to God's law being supreme? There are some similarities. If you really want to see what the Code of Hammurabi and Mesopotamian laws informed, go read the Abraham narrative. Everything that Abraham does is in lockstep with the law codes of Mesopotamia. It's uncanny. It's uncanny. You know, when it talks about, you know, taking on Hagar as a concubine, all of that is done in accordance with the laws of Mesopotamia. Even to the point where they use the letter of the law against the spirit of the law. Now, that's really interesting. There is one law that basically says if you have a slave and she bears a son, that she can be released. But they take the letter of the law and misread it as she must be released. That way they drive Hagar out, even though that defeats the spirit of the law. So seeing that Abraham is misrepresenting the Mesopotamian laws in that way shows us that he had access to those Mesopotamian laws. So I think if you really want to get into the similarities of, say, Mesopotamian laws and, say, the Pentateuch, go look at Abraham. That's where you're going to see it most profoundly and most clearly. The Mosaic laws will also be informed by that, but not as much as you think. But yeah, as even up until the point where they're coming in to, say, to do the conquest, you're going to see that. Like, for example, the whole tavern thing, the whole where, say, the king of what's it called now, Jericho, inspects the tavern, Rahab's tavern, for spies. Well, you know, we find that in the Mesopotamian law codes, where it's forbidden to gather in taverns, basically the houses of prostitutes, because there are areas of fomenting revolution and insurrection. So yeah, you do see that in the law codes too. So you do see various influences of the Mesopotamian law codes on several aspects of the Pentateuch and, say, Judges and Joshua as well. So you do find there is influence there. Now, the second half of the question, what, if any, significance does this hold to God's law being supreme? None. Jack Ray, beer hall putsch and such, is that? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's very similar. Get up there. Yeah, so it's very similar to that. But when we consider, say, how influence, does it affect God's law? Well, it doesn't really. One of the things I've noted in the past in several live streams is just because a law is included in both, say, God's law and in another law code somewhere, doesn't mean that it affects the significance of God's law. Like, I mean, it's just that's just a matter of the first culture getting it right. Like, for example, the prohibition to eat pork. Well, that comes from Egypt. You know, the Canaanites ate pork. There's no prohibition against eating pork from the Canaanites. It's the Egyptians who forbade eating pork because it messed up waterways. God basically tells the Israelites, okay, you weren't eating pork in Egypt. That's a good thing. Maybe you should continue that. So that doesn't affect the law in any way, other than to basically say, hey, you're already doing that, continue to do that. So I think it's often a mistake that people make, that just because you find it in, say, an earlier source, that's not necessarily condoned by God. So I think that's very important to keep that distinction going. That just because one doesn't find it, or one finds it in God's law and an earlier source, doesn't mean that has any significance to make its revision or recension in God's law somehow less important. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that question. Very much appreciate that. As my producer said, righteousness is in God's character, not who published it first. That's a good point. All right. Okay, let's take this next one here. How unique is the law for the king in Deuteronomy 17? Were ancient kings allowed to do whatever they wanted, or were there some laws that were just they too were subject to? Okay, this depends entirely upon the nation and which kings you're talking about here. Now, by the Egyptian New Kingdom, pharaohs were subject to the tradition of the ancients. Now, one of the things is we don't have what a good, clear idea what the traditions of the ancients were, but they were still subject to it. So they couldn't exceed the boundaries of the tradition of the ancients. One of those traditions of the ancients was you couldn't kill an innocent man. So the king could not kill just anyone he wanted. In ancient Egypt, too, he couldn't just take any wife he wanted. Again, this is part of the tradition of the ancient. So there was prohibitions even upon the king. In, say, the Pentateuch, I think this is what you mean by Deuteronomy 7. I'm just going to take a passage there. It's the one where you're just forbidden from having many horses and wives. Again, it would have been very nice if you had also included the verse as well. You didn't, so we'll have to just... Yep, okay. Verse 15, you shall set a king over you from whom the Lord your God chooses, one from among your countrymen you shall set as king over yourself. Verse 16, moreover, he shall not multiply horses for himself, nor shall he cause the people to return to Egypt to multiply horses. Neither shall he multiply his wives, lest his heart turn away, nor greatly increase silver and gold. Okay, so keep your horses manageable, keep your wives manageable, and don't just accumulate hoard gold like you're some red dragon from The Hobbit. Now, you didn't normally find these provisions in other ancient Near Eastern codes. Mesopotamia does not seem to have any codes like this. The law, basically, the king was the arbiter of the law. So he made the rules, and he gets to do what he wants. Egypt, as I said, was limited by the tradition of the ancients. So there was some fundamental idea of limits, like you couldn't kill a guilty man, even though Pharaoh did frequently, a non-guilty man, but Pharaoh would often kill the innocent. And he couldn't take any wife he wanted. So, well, actually, Lego David, let's take just that comment there because I think you misunderstand something. Let's see. Lego David says Moses' prohibition on incest was clearly in stark contrast to Egypt as per Leviticus 18. Incest in Egypt was exceptionally rare. It was exceptionally rare. This is something that's not understood about marriage in Egypt. Okay? So I saw this comment, and I wanted to make sure that this is clear. The Egyptians use brother and sister as terms of endearment, but very, very few Egyptians were married in a consanguineous relationship, basically an incestuous relationship. Ernst Cherney did a study of 400 marriages in Egypt and found among 400, only 2 were consanguineous. And it was normally happened during a succession crisis. The most famous examples of consanguineous marriages was the marriage of King Tut. Again, that's a succession crisis problem. And the marriage of Cleopatra with Ptolemy, I think it was the 13th. That was a consanguineous marriage too. Although in that case, it was not known if that marriage was ever consummated. So it was very, very rare. Unfortunately, Greek scholars in the first century, around the Common Era, they would they saw Egyptians call their husbands and wives brothers and sisters and just assumed it was something incestuous going on there. When it was just one of those things where it was just not very common. The common person never did it. It was essentially, as I say, a way to mitigate a succession crisis or a way to basically share the power, split power between 2 strong siblings. So anyway, I wanted to make that correction here because I think that's a common misunderstanding about Egyptian culture. Again, very, very rare for an incestuous marriage in Egypt. All right, Slim2K asks a super chat for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He says, I apologize for the confusion. No problem, it happens. I understand the 2 natures of Christ. I thought verse 7 was referring to the Father since it was a quote. Well, that's debate. He's talking again about Matthew chapter 4 here. So Matthew, again, 4, verse 7. Yeah. So that's a debate here. The question here is, when it talks about verse 7, Jesus said, on the other hand, it is written, you shall not put the Lord your God to the test. Now, the question here is going to be, who's being tested? That's going to depend how you view this. Okay? Is Christ being tested, or is the Father being tested? Context would tell you it's the Son that's being tested. This whole fast is testing the Son. The Father here is not being tested. Now, it can be argued, and people have argued this, that the devil is trying to set up Christ to test the Father by doing what's suggested in verse 6. So, yeah, it's to challenge Christ's authority here. So that's the $1 million debate here. That's the $1 million question. Who is being tested? Is Jesus rebuking the devil, saying, you're testing the Lord by testing me? Or is he saying, If I was to do what you asked, I would be testing the Lord. So how you ultimately answer that question is how you're going to end up interpreting verse 7. So it's going to depend on your particular perspective of who's being tested. It's not 100% clear, but it could be either. Now, maybe there's some exegetical reason to do that, to lean one way or the other, but I don't know off the top of my head what a good exegetical answer to this would be. I haven't looked at the Greek, and that's what it would take, was to me pouring into the Greek and basically seeing if there's some if the text leans one way or the other. But I haven't done that. So, but it's a good question. But it's going to depend upon perspective. Now, maybe the text is going to say it one way or the other, but I don't know off the top of my head a good Greek reason why one way or the other. But from, say, just cursory examination of the English here, and that's what we're doing here, is just looking at the surface level English here. I can see how the reading could go both ways. But sometimes there is a reason in the Greek why you want to lean one way. But I have to go to the commentaries and I'd have to look at the Greek text, and I haven't done that yet. So again, you could just on the surface reading, you can go either way, and I don't know a good reason why you'd pick one or the other. But that's the million-dollar question. Who's being tested? If Satan is testing Jesus, which he has done through the entire text, then, the Lord here is Jesus, is the Son. If it is by following verse 6 that Jesus is testing the Father, then verse 7 refers to the Father. So that's basically what this is going to boil down to. And I don't know if there's a scholarly consensus on this or not. So that's about the best I can sort of give you here at the moment. So anyway, thank you very much for that follow-up super chat. We appreciate that. Hopefully it brings a little more clarity to your question. I see another super chat here by Joseph Parton for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I read a majority of biblical scholars consider the story taken in adultery, John 8, 1-11, an interpolation of the text. Thoughts? It's a very controversial passage. I'll do a quick read of my Nestle Land critical text here, because I know most do take that as an interpolation. So, just a quick check of this. See what the critical text says here. John 8. And it's really from verse 753 to 11:14. So there is a large apparatus here. Yeah, it's not something we find in most of the major texts. So I think it pretty much stands that it's an addition. Critical text says here for the brackets. Yeah, the Nestle Land says these texts derive from the early stage of the tradition and have been often played a significant role in the history of the church, but are thought to be not original to the source texts. And we just don't see this being used in a lot of places. So yeah. I would agree here with the critical text on this. Yeah, Andy Gone Wild. It's a nice story, but it's an interpolation. Yeah. Or there's another alternative too, um, which is that it's oral tradition. That's a possibility too. Basically, a oral tradition that was passed down that was sort of written into the text at a later date. It doesn't seem to be consistent with the best manuscripts we have. So, so um, yeah, the best manuscripts we have don't have this. So I don't know what to tell you about that, other than it's um no. Let me just find that one here. Let's see, gone up yet? And 50. Yeah, still waiting for it. Okay, there it is. Slim2K asks, would interpretation mean it didn't happen? No, it wouldn't. Would interpolation mean it didn't happen? What interpolation means is that it wouldn't be inspired as scripture. Okay, so that's a very, very different thing than just saying it didn't happen. So again, it's very possible that this was a, how do I say this? Again, an oral tradition. It could have happened. It could have been someone's memory that been passed down another way, maybe by word of mouth. We do find it happening, mentioned in some of the church fathers, so it does play an important role in church history. It just doesn't seem to have been written by John. So in that particular case, it could have happened. It could have been a real event. But we wouldn't want to use it as scripture. That's what I would say here is this might have happened, but yeah, okay. Keeps learning ads here. Dan Wallace said that there are some manuscripts that place the pericope adulterae at the end of Luke. Yeah, there are. There are traces that there are attempts to insert the story among the Gospels. Yeah, and that seems to be what's been going on here. Is they had this story, the scribes who were transmitting the Gospels, they had the story, didn't know where it fit, but it's such a compelling story, they try to fit it into wherever made sense. So, again, it's probably a traditional story passed through oral tradition, but then you've got some issues there with, well, what's the reliability of an oral tradition? Here's the one problem with an oral tradition, which is why I find oral traditions to be not the best, is that they change with every retelling. And that's a comment that D.A. Carson made about oral traditions, is that a tradition will change with every retelling. So you don't know exactly what the original is. So that's what we're going to have with an interpolation here, is that we've got something that's been inserted in the text that's of questionable origin. Well, it's not possibly. It is questionable. We don't know. That's what it means to be questionable. So we don't know what its origin is. It's possible that it's oral tradition. It's possible that it's apocryphal. That's also possible. But we don't know. So Jack Ray, when would it have been inserted? It probably would have been inserted probably around the 2nd or 3rd centuries. I'd have to look at the manuscripts exactly to see which ones is, but most of the ones that we have that are date to the 4th century don't have this. So, Jamie Russell, wouldn't someone have protested its insert? No. No. Yeah. You know, some, I mean, these are people who wrote in monasteries. I'm not talking a great amount of oversight here. You know, this is not a Bible factory somewhere. These are people who are in monasteries, and they're making copies of the Bible, copies of the New Testament, copies of specific scrolls. You know, they're not always the best supervised. So, if someone threw in an extra, say, apocryphal or say oral tradition into a text, you know, there's not some supervisor looking over his shoulder going, "Hey, wait a minute." Now, interestingly enough, we do get this happening centuries later, like in the Codex Sinaiticus. We see this, that there's writing, you know, the original scribe in the 4th century, you know, was writing out the Codex Sinaiticus, and then somebody a few centuries later came in with red ink and goes, "Hey, wait, that's not in the text." So we do see that in Codex Sinaiticus. So, you know, that does happen. It just doesn't happen immediately. So somebody can slip something in, and then 100 years later, somebody can figure out from other text sources, hey, that shouldn't be there. And that's one of the things that's really interesting about a text like Codex Sinaiticus, is that there was somebody who was checking the work just centuries later. So that happens. It's just not immediate. At least it doesn't tend to be immediate. Talbot Slade says, they would not have known that a scribe 100 miles away did not include it. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. That's not how, this is not how text transmission works. People make copies and they spread the copies. And it's kind of like a big sewing circle. Is they'll start sending, I've mentioned this before, that the Roman Empire had a postal system. It had a postal system. So the way that the early church fathers transmitted the Gospels is they would make copies of them and send them to other Christians in other cities by Roman post. So that's how these things moved around. But what would happen is over time, enough copies would get into circulation that people started comparing the copies. And it took a while to do that. But we know that by the 5th, 6th century, enough copies of the Gospels were in circulation that people started comparing the manuscripts and figuring out when something was inserted that shouldn't be there. So we know that some of this stuff happened really early on. So, well, yeah, Michael Gee, it is, if it happened at all, that might be in the right place in John. That's pretty much what the copy is that. But problem is, should it be in John in the first place? That's the million-dollar question. If it's an interpolation not found in the earliest manuscripts, then the answer to this would be no. So, again, even if it's in the right place, doesn't mean it's part of inspired scripture. And that's the debate here. But it's all wrapped into stuff such as textual transmission, copyists, transliteration, and, you know, Andrew Graham asks, people who knew what happened could correct the error, and they often did. So this is not something that happened in isolation. You know, people did notice this. In fact, some early church fathers mentioned that this text shouldn't be there. So it was well known, even at the time of the early church fathers, that this text shouldn't be part of it. So, you know, while it is mentioned by guys like Papias, there are other, you know, early church fathers. I think Origen mentions this, that it shouldn't be in their text. So, well, yeah. This isn't interesting. I'm going to take this. Talbot Slate, I guess it's the same debate as the ending of Mark. Mark, that's an interesting one, too. That one's interesting because we've got 4 endings. That's an interesting debate. I've got my own opinion on this one. You've got the absolute minimalist ending. Then you got a short ending. Then you got a long ending. Then you got an extra long ending. I attended a paper by a scholar who is, I think he was out of Edinburgh. This was at one of those Liverpool symposiums. It was on a New Testament, and this guy was coming out from Edinburgh, and he argued for the extra long ending of Mark, and that's like a fringe position. That's a fringe position. I don't know much of many scholars that will argue for the extra long ending of Mark. I think it's option number 2, the short ending. Not the complete minimalist ending, but I think the short ending concludes the gospel in a way that's logical and doesn't seem abrupt. So I think the short ending is probably the right one for Mark. But yeah, I mean, there are people who will argue for the extra long ending, but it's an open debate. It's an open debate. Okay, I'll take this one from Elizabeth in Garden. I heard that manuscript argument that earliest remaining manuscript doesn't necessarily necessitate the correct one if that is localized versus across the churches. I will agree that oldest does not mean best. In fact, that's deprecated thinking these days. That just because something is the oldest doesn't mean it's the best. However, current text criticism suggests that if it's on multiple branches of text types, that it's more likely than not to be correct. Okay? So while you should never take the oldest text verbatim, if you find it across various branches, like in the New Testament documents, if you find something that's, say, consistent across, say, the Alexandrian text types and the Western text types, and perhaps some of the Byzantine text types, that reading's probably correct. So, whereas, say, if you find it just exclusively on Byzantine text types, you might want to rethink that one. So, just because it's the oldest doesn't mean it's correct. However, if you find it across, say, what they call now genetic lines of text criticism, where texts inherit their traditions across texts, then you'd have to really sort of weigh that. And at the moment here, the Nestle Land 28 does that. It basically, when it does its evaluations, it's doing it across, say, lines of textual inheritance. So that gets you a statistical model where you're more likely to get the correct one. So you don't want to go with, say, necessarily the earliest, but you have to weigh all the text types to sort of come up with a good reading here. Yeah, that's also a good point as well. Elizabeth in the Garden says, it's more complex than my mind can determine. Yes, really abrupt. Okay. There was another factor too. We also heard another lecture as well. That I think that was fascinating. Like, for example, this was actually talking about texts, not from the biblical world, but actually from the Reformation. That most of the texts from the Reformation have been lost because they were used so often that they just fell apart. Whereas the ones that say survived in libraries were the least used texts. So this is one of the reasons why, again, the oldest surviving copy is not always the best, because it could have been survived because it was the least used, least thumbed through, least referred to. This is why we got all this writing from Voltaire. It's because people put it on their bookshelves and never read it. Yeah. My producer said Voltaire was a classic in his own time. Something you wanted to read but never actually did read. You wanted to have it on your bookshelf. It was a display book. I'll take this question next. But yeah, I think you got it right. Understood. Genetic lines. Yeah, you got it. I think you got it. I think you understood the principle. So, I mean, if you understand the principle, that's cool. Talbot slates. Some were found in trash dumps. Yep, some New Testament manuscripts were found in trash dumps, like at Oxyrhynchus. So, yeah, we see that too. But trash dumps are great places to find things. Trash dumps are actually, in some ways, more reliable than, say, for example, books you find on shelves. Because if you find it in a trash dump, that was a manuscript that was actively used and people valued to the point where it disintegrated. And then they just used it for mummifying crocodiles. So, yeah, that was so many good manuscripts actually come from trash dumps, but we can take those manuscripts and we can compare them to those genetic lines of texts. And that gives us more information to make the determinations. I'll take this one from Micah Watts here. Was the Apocrypha shared around as much as the Old and New Testaments? The quick answer to that one is no. They were shared. We do find some copies. But when you look at the number of manuscripts, I mean, nothing compares to the New Testament. Not even the Old Testament got the same distribution. We actually don't have a huge number of Old Testament manuscripts. We got some, thanks to the Dead Sea Scrolls, the text from the Wadi Mirabot. We, of course, got the several copies, many copies of the Septuagint, and a couple copies of the Samaritan Pentateuch, plus the Targum. But nothing is close to the New Testament. The New Testament, I believe, we got like tens of thousands of manuscripts for the New Testament. Tens of thousands. The Apocrypha, it's in the hundreds. It's in the hundreds. It didn't get nearly as shared as, say, the New Testament. Nothing got shared like the New Testament. We do have several manuscripts, though, of the Septuagint. But again, those texts were considered scripture and did make the rounds in the Greek-speaking world. So, the New Testament was just crazy distributed. Just crazy. There's no set of manuscripts like it in the ancient Near East. It just really just was spread like wildfire. And the Apocrypha and even the Old Testament did not reach those kind of numbers. Again, it wasn't the same interest. But you do have, I think there's something like 200 manuscripts of the Septuagint. So we do have some of this. The Septuagint ones outnumber the Apocrypha, but it's again, it's one of those things that distribution depended on interest. But then again, too, you compare this, for example, like some manuscripts of Plato. Some of those manuscripts were down to a single manuscript. Or the lives of Julius Caesar. There's 6 manuscripts. For most manuscripts from the ancient world, there's just really, really tiny amounts of most of them. Like, for example, of Xenophon, we have 1 manuscript. That's it. So, Yeah, again, Bible exegete. Yeah, some manuscripts are large and whole, some are fragmentary, but each one contributes to the overall, say, text critical enterprise. So yeah, size matters too. All right, so and we just got a super chat, very generous super chat here from Talbot Slade for $99.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Sponsor Jamie Russell question on Sabbath. All right, let's see what is that. Let's find that timestamp. Sabbath. Where is that question? Okay, I see it. Okay. And Jamie Russell asks, do you think there is biblical justification for Sunday Sabbath? If not, why didn't the reformers switch to Saturday? All right, a few reasons. Do I think there's a biblical justification for Sunday Sabbath? Yes, I do. Okay. I think and this goes all the way back to church tradition. Now, the reformers were very respectful of church tradition. They knew the history of the early church and they knew it well. And basically, the way that it worked was that back in the first century, before the destruction of the temple in 70 AD, Christians observed both the Sabbath and the Sunday. Okay? During the Sabbath, they went to temple and they prayed in the temple or in the synagogues. Okay? That was normal Christian, basically, culture in the before the destruction of the temple in 70 AD. And then they met on Sunday, the Lord's Day. So it was one of the reason they met on Sunday was because it was the day of the resurrection. That was the day when Christ rose. So we see in the book of Acts where Christians are going to both. They're doing both temple practice on Saturday, and they're doing, say, Sunday practice on Sunday. Okay, so they're doing both. But what happens is the Jews throw them out of the synagogues and essentially prevent or Saturday Sabbath practice. So they prevent that. Now, the whole idea of Sabbath is we have to remember it's not tied to a specific day, even though it's often said as such. It's actually, the practice is, as Christ said, the Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath. It really doesn't matter which day the Sabbath is, as long as you're taking one. If you work weekends, it's Monday. Yeah, it's if you take it on Monday, that's cool. My Sabbath is not on Saturday or Sunday because my work schedule, even though I'm now self-employed, isn't conducive to how I publish my videos. I often have to record my videos on Saturday, edit them Sunday, publish them Monday. Okay? So, for me, my Sabbath is Thursday. That's my Sabbath. Oh, Andrew Grimm, I know Jamie is SDA. Okay. I know I have known Jamie here for a long time. Okay. When I worked at the furniture store, furniture stores wanted me to work Saturday, and were quite insistent on it. So for me, okay, I would, have to work Saturdays. So for me, I didn't get that choice. I had to work at least Saturday. I could get an exemption for Sunday, but I couldn't get one for Saturday. So, there was no option there to take a Sabbath on Saturday. So, as Kiara pointed out here, and she says, for pastors, Sunday is the main work day. Saturday is spent sweating out to memorize the sermon. And it's true. If your pastor is preaching on a Saturday or a Sunday, that's work. Yeah. So your pastors have to take their Sabbath on a different day, regardless of your church polity, your church's view on this. So, oh wow, I'm gonna take that for a moment here. Then we'll get back to why the reformers didn't switch. Jamie says, ChatGPT means that you can take the Sabbath now. That brings up a huge ethical question. Should you preach sermons you didn't write? That's going to be a massive ethical question in years to come. Years to come. It's already been an ethical question. For example, I remember relating the story of that young pastor who was accused of stealing the sermon of this older pastor, old professor, a well-known professor, and a very public professor, and he was brought before a council of elders to explain himself. You young whippersnapper, why did you steal this sermon from this pastor? And the young pastor, who's shaking in his boots, goes, I didn't steal that from this pastor. I stole it from Spurgeon. Oops. Well, that old professor also stole it from Spurgeon. Yeah, the old pastor, the old professor doubled down. The young guy didn't. So, AI, is going to have those same problems. It's you're paying your pastor to get in his Word of God, study the Word of God, be directed by the Holy Spirit to craft a sermon that pays attention to the needs of the congregation. No AI can ever do that. So, it's going to come down to a matter of, why are we paying our pastors? We're paying our pastors to feed the sheep. To feed the sheep as directed by the Holy Spirit. So it's like, yeah, so this whole ChatGPT on sermons, yeah, it's not going to get them out of Sabbath. It's not going to get them out of it. Because, we know that the purpose of the pastor is to feed the flock. Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you want to teach... Oh, yeah, if you want to say, there's a case to be made there, as my producer points out here. If you want to say you want to preach on Spurgeon, use one of his sermons, go ahead. As long as it's a full disclosure, it's not every Sunday or Sabbath, it's no problem with that. There's probably one of the most famous sermons ever preached in North America is Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God by Jonathan Edwards. That sermon has been repeated so many times in American pulpits. Yeah, well. So, I think there's a case to be made to use sermons that are canned. But again, it's a matter of honesty and disclosure. No. Yeah, again, it's a matter of giving credit where credit is due. And doing what you're paid to do. Talbot here adds, Sabbath ties into creation in Eden. Yes, it does. God resting on the throne as king to rule over the cosmos. Exactly. Yeah. It's also recognition in your life that Jesus is king. Jesus is Lord. So that's why we enter into our Sabbath rest. It's a recognition of Christ as Lord, that he is in control of our lives and is in control of basically the abundance. That's why we trust in God. Yeah. Yeah. His second comment here is some pastors literally also feed the sheep by also preparing church lunch. Well, that's deacon work. At least that's supposed to be deacon work. Unless you're talking about his own lunch. Not quite sure exactly what you mean here, but that was a problem in the early church too, where the apostles were waiting on tables. And the apostles had to say, okay, why are we should be devoted. And this is very interesting in Acts chapter 1 and 2, where the apostles are meeting and they're waiting on tables, and they finally realize, hey, we should be devoting ourselves to prayer and study of the Word of God. And that's super interesting. I love that. To think the apostles themselves had to devote themselves to studying the Word of God. These guys who were writing the Gospels and the epistles spent their time reading and studying and searching the Scriptures. This is the work of the pastor. This is the work of the pastor. It was said when I was in seminary that when a good expository sermon takes 15 to 20 hours, 10 to 15 of those hours is just reading and understanding the text. The last 5 hours is preparing the sermon. That's half his work week. Half his work week should be just in sermon preparation. One of the things that I think is concerning about, say, being in the pastorate today is that a lot of pastors get diverted to doing things that are not, say, in the mandate of, say, New Testament pastoral practice. They'll often be diverted to committee work, where they're trying to figure out, well, who serves the elements next week? Or they get diverted to home visits or going to hospitals, and all that's good. All that's good. Counseling. These are all good things, essentially. But if it's taking away from the core work of the teaching and preaching ministry of the church, there's a priority problem. There is a priority one. Yeah, TR says is right. Deacon work. If he's being diverted to do deacon work, there's an issue. And then your sheep aren't being fed. Yeah. 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 Andrew Graham, sleep is a necessity. Absolutely, it's a necessity. But if your pastor is overextended, someone's not picking up the slack. If Clerical George is doing everything, if Clerical George is working 80 hours a week, everything's being dumped on Clerical George, you got a problem. You got a big problem in your church if that's happening. Because what's going to happen is, and I've seen this happen time and time again, where the pastoral standards on the preaching start slipping just a little, as he fits 2 more hours of counseling here, 2 more hours of counseling there. finds out that those 2 hours start multiplying into 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, 3/4 of his week become counseling. Then those committee meetings, board meetings, elders meetings. And what happens is he becomes stretched out thinner and thinner and thinner. And he doesn't pay attention to his teaching ministry. So he's not reading the scriptures. He's not reading other things. Frankly, a good pastor should be reading multiple sources. When I mean multiple sources here, the Bible is part number one, but he should be also reading some commentaries too. I heard a frightening statistic that the average pastor, when he prepares a sermon, consults 0 to 1 commentaries. 0 to 1. When I do this sort of work, it's like, okay, I get 5 of the best commentaries I can get my hands on. 0 to 1? This means a lot of pastors are not using any commentaries at all to write their sermons. That means they're not falling back on the wisdom that's been gathered by the Christian church over time. And there's been 2,000 years of wisdom here. There's a lot of good stuff in commentaries. Even somebody at my level of education uses commentaries. So they're making these sermons out of a vacuum. And it's no wonder you're getting these crazy ideas being shoved into a sermon. Because they don't know what they don't know. And this is not even talking about the fact that your typical pastor can't read Greek or Hebrew. Talbot says, many preachers who claim to preach expository are just paraphrasing the passage. Yeah, they are. They are. Expository practice, preaching is an art. You read the text. You explain the text. You apply the text. Yeah. 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 What you're supposed to do as a pastor is raise the bar. That's what you're supposed to do, is you're supposed to raise the bar. If your congregation knows more than you do as a pastor, you need to go somewhere else. First of all, they need someone who can lift them up. And Mark Deaver said this. He runs 9 Marks Ministries, and I really recommend his books for discipleship. Really great works. He's my go-to when I want to recommend someone who on how to run churches today, because he's really thought this through. He says your congregation will only rise up to the level of your pastor. If your pastor is not continuing to go up himself, your congregation will atrophy. They'll atrophy. And unfortunately, I've seen where claims of expository preaching, unfortunately, are just paraphrasing the passage. I used to see this a lot. I went to an Anglican church where they prided themselves on expository preaching, but it really was paraphrasing. You could tell they never went into the Greek text or the Hebrew text. They just never touched it. You can tell when a pastor goes into the Greek text and they read the Greek text and they exposit it from the Greek text. All those little nuances come out. Now, they won't probably quote you the Greek. I mean, a good expository preacher is not going to say, well, we got here homoousios versus homoiousios. No. Good preachers don't do that. But you can tell, like for example, today, when we talked about, say, Matthew 125, I went into the commentaries, I went into the dictionaries, and I searched out the meaning of chaos, which is, while, until, the terminus of time, that sort of thing. And that's how they will explain it when they preach from it. So if I was to preach from Matthew 125, I'd basically say that this particular preposition is very specific here, and it means this. It means a terminus of time. So that's how good expository preaching is done. It explains the text. Read it, explain it, and apply it. So, when I find that preachers aren't going through the whole expository process, it's like, okay, where'd you get your training from? What'd you do during the training? Did you put in the work? I went to, when I did my Master Divinity degree, I went to Trinity Evangelical Divinity School. Now, that's a meat grinder school, by the way. It's a very easy school to skate through if you don't want to do any work. They'll give you C's and let you go through. Pass. But if you want to do well, it's blood, sweat, and tears. You're learning how to do proper Greek exegesis. You're learning how to parse a passage. You're learning all the tools. So, I heard this guy once, say, well, do I have to know Greek and Hebrew? The professor responded, okay, when you preach, do you want to wear your shirt or your pants? Because without Greek or Hebrew, if you're in the pulpit, you're going to be naked of one of them. Oh, yeah. Without both, you're naked. I heard, I was at my parents' church once, and it was a Presbyterian church. And, he had this sermon. And he started, he was preaching from the Old Testament. And he started going on about this very, very important when this happens, since this happens, the very important prepositions is going. And I'm following along in the Hebrew text, and it's like, wait, that word's not there, that word's not there, that word's not there, that word's not there. So I come up to him afterwards, and I said to him, wow, that was a fascinating sermon. Yeah, I said, do you read Hebrew? He goes, no. I said, I could tell. Yeah, he didn't have his Hebrew pants on. Ooh. Ooh. Which one? Oh, okay, yeah, that one's worth putting up. Danny Dement. Then you have the pastors who use the Passion Translation, who just trot up there in nothing but socks, Crocs, and a long necktie. Ooh. Ooh. Talbot Slade busted. Oh yeah, totally busted. Yeah, totally busted. No, but this is something that, this is not something that happened overnight. This is something that happened over 50 years. For one particular church I was with, which was a Plymouth Brethren church, they were looking for a new senior pastor. They had offered me a interim pastor position there, and I turned them down. But I did help them try to select a new pastor. So one of the things I volunteered to do was review all the resumes coming in. And it was amazing. It was an eye-opener. The number one previous role to being a pastor on these resumes was a car salesman. And the theological degrees, 8 out of the 10 resumes had fake degrees. Okay. There's one who claimed to have a doctor of ministry from Trinity Evangelical Divinity School. Now, one thing I know about Trinity Evangelical Divinity School and most colleges is any dissertation or degree requiring a dissertation requires you to publish that dissertation in the library. So you can look it up on the card catalog. Super easy to look up degrees. Oh yeah, my dissertations are available. Yeah, I'm available online if someone wants to find them. Doctor ministry. yeah, that's pretty much it. But I looked up this supposed doctor of ministries. He went to my alma mater. It would be trivial for me to look at him up on our online card catalog. Surprise, surprise. His dissertation isn't in the library. Yeah. Andrew Grimm. Oh no, not Donny Boy. I felt yeah, I encountered a lot of Donny Boys. Yeah, there was a lot of used car salesmen who tried to apply for pastoral positions. Well, they got the gift of the gab, right? They can sell you on their ideas. The fact they have no theological training at all, it's neither here nor there, right? All you have to do is sell. Increase those numbers. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the major selling point for most of these pastoral candidates was how much they increased the numbers of their previous congregation. And it's one of those things that it's troublesome. It's troublesome. They didn't explain how they feed the sheep. They didn't understand how they did discipleship. They had no personal theology at all. They just claimed to increase the numbers by said hundreds or thousands. Yeah, they had no statement of faith, no statement of ministry. No idea what they're doing. So, I think we've beat this horse to death, but, the pastorate right now in North America and in Europe, not just here and there, yeah, know what you mean. Yeah, Talbot says it right here. For some churches, faking a degree is not a deal killer. It should be. It should be a deal killer. And the reason it should be a deal killer is because it speaks to honesty. It speaks to honesty. It speaks to integrity. If you're not being honest in the interview process, how are you going to lead that by example? Are you going to be a dishonest pastor when it comes to the finances? Where does this, you got to ask, where does this honesty end? If you've been in the corporate world and someone catches you lying about a degree on your resume, you're gone. You're gone. Because I can't trust any of your credentials or anything that you've said. I remember that being, sort of the... Yeah. Say that too. Danny Man says, sadly for some churches, having a degree is a deal killer. They see it as seeking the wisdom of men rather than being led by the Spirit. Unfortunately, that's too true. Unfortunately, that is very, very true. And I've seen that too. And it's discouraging when you see it. I saw that happen at Calvary Chapels. I used to be a big, big fan of Calvary Chapels. And it was just like, okay, they didn't like pastors coming in with MDivs from outside of Calvary Chapel because they weren't indoctrinated enough by Chuck Smith. The Calvary Chapel Seminary is a bit of a joke, unfortunately. So I did see a lot of distrust among Calvary Chapels for pastors that had Masters of Divinity. Now, not doctorates, Masters of Divinities. A lot of their pastors were just ordained. They're just ordained. A lot of their professors at Calvary Chapel, the seminary, were basically old time. I knew somebody who went to the Calvary Chapel Seminary, and he told me the pastors that taught these classes, all they did was stuck in videos that repeated Chuck Smith stuff. So they would just be fed a constant diet of Chuck Smith's sermons. They didn't get Hebrew. They didn't get Greek. They didn't get systematic theology. It was just one pastoral sermon right after the other. I'll take Micah Watt's question here in a moment, but we have a super chat we have to get here. Super chat from Juan for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Wright's view of Jesus' apocalypticism? Okay. I don't have a view on this. I haven't read Wright on apocalypticism. I haven't read a lot of Wright. Okay. I know he's very popular, but I haven't actually read him on this. Now that I've got a bit more time on my hands, I'll probably be reading some more of these authors. But as of right now, I haven't read his work on this, so I can't comment on it, and I don't comment on views I haven't read. So, but I appreciate the super chat. Thank you very much for the super chat. Unfortunately, I can't give you more guidance here. Okay. Okay. Let's take this one first here from Micah Watts. For us non-Greek, Hebrew-speaking folks, would you recommend using our Bibles and supplementing with interlinear websites and books? It's a start. Here's my sentiment on this one. I think at some point you can go a certain ways with that. But one of the things you will not understand if you do that is how certain things work in Greek. I was listening to a video by Mark Ward, and he goes into Bibles a lot, and he's very, very diplomatic. He's very tactful because he deals a lot with the King James only groups. And one of his specialties is, say, false friends. How the difference between Greek and the text is receptive versus the critical text. But more often he's involved in, say, how English has changed since Elizabethan times versus today, which is quite dramatic in some cases. So, while using your Bibles and supplementing it with an interlineary website or book, and there's some good ones, I'll give you that, it doesn't give you the complete picture. So at some point, it depends on how fast and how much you want to grow. So this is going to be a matter of degree. It'll be a matter of degree. If you want to get a start, yeah, non-Greek, just using your English Bible plus an interlinear website and book will help. It's better than nothing, okay? But if you really, really want to grow, say if you want to be a pastor, you better get the languages under your belt, because expositing the Bible for a congregation is a language game. It is a language game. You can't get around it. Yeah, for people who are non-pastors, that might be fine. That might be enough, especially if you use it with commentaries. If you use it with critical commentaries, then that might be okay. But again, you won't get the fullest out of a critical commentary also without knowing the language. Yeah. 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 So if you're a non-pastor, this is perfectly acceptable. If you're a non-pastor, this is perfectly acceptable, because you're not teaching a congregation. If you're seeking to become eventually an elder or a pastor, you should be growing along with this. Oh, he's a pastor who doesn't know Greek or Hebrew. Okay. All right, get it on your belt. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. While as my producer keeps telling me here, go as deep as you can with the best you can. So this is not something, if you're a pastor, this is not a sufficient solution long run. Okay? If you're not a pastor, it's fine. If you are a pastor, it's not fine. You are going to need, if you're going to be responsible in handling the Word of God, you're going to need the languages. It's inescapable. It's inescapable. So, but you can, here's the thing, you can, as a stopgap, this doesn't get you out of doing the languages, but as a stopgap, start with the critical commentaries. Don't go for the all-English commentaries. They're just not good enough. But in your particular case, if you are a pastor, you got to learn the languages. Yes, he's correct about that too. He's absolutely correct about that too. That it is difficult to follow the. He says, Talbot says, difficult to follow the critical commentaries if no background in the original language. That is correct. But it's not impossible. It's not impossible either. You can do it with some you're just not going to get the fullness out of it. That's the problem. Here's what I'll say about critical commentaries if you don't have the language background. You're going to have to trust them. And that's difficult. See, if you have the background language, you understand why the commentator is saying a certain thing. If you don't have the background language, you're going to, in some sense, have to just trust them. And that's a scary position to be in, I'll say. Then I'd admit, where are those ancient Greek Hebrew courses in Duolingo when you need them? You know something that's very interesting. One of the things is Tyndale House. One of its major public pushes in its Tyndale House New Testament, Greek New Testament, is they didn't design that for scholars. They designed that for the laity. I was talking to Peter Williams, warden of Tyndale House. And one of the things he said is if you go to a mosque, everyone reads Arabic. You go to a synagogue, a lot of people read Hebrew. Go to a Christian church, nobody reads Greek. Tyndale House designed its Greek New Testament for laity, not for pastors. It's not a tool for pastors, it's a tool for laity. It was an attempt to popularize the reading of Koine Greek for Christians and for Christian congregations. So, this is one of those things where it should be part of our culture. We should be reading Greek as part of our church service and raising our kids to read Greek. But, our culture has become very anglicized. And a lot of it is because we live in North America. But I think it's important that a lot more Greek, and Greek, I would say, is the harder of the two languages, harder than Hebrew, but it's easier for, say, a person with only to self-teach 1 year of. Okay. So, I'll also take this question as well from Slim2K. Would you recommend learning 2 languages at once? I want to learn Arabic and Hebrew, but can't decide which to do first. Here's how I would do it. I'd stagger them. This is what I used to do. I used to learn 2 languages at once, but I never learned 2 first-year languages at once. So what you would do is, say, learn Hebrew first for 1 year, and then next year, you learn your second year Hebrew, and you learn your first year Aramaic, or Arabic in your case. Or do it the other way around, because Arabic takes longer. Learn your first year Arabic. Then the next year, you learn second year Arabic and first year Hebrew. And then so on until you finish off the languages. Okay, Micah Watts says, I am not a pastor. Okay. So, again, solution would then be fine. English Bible plus an interlinear resources would be fine for you. Okay? So. All right. Overtime, huh? Yeah. So I would definitely recommend you can learn 2 languages at once. I've done it. But I would also say don't exceed that and stagger them out. Because your second year languages are always going to be easier than your first years. So, okay, we also have another generous super chat here from Talbot Slade for $199.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Who is your favorite pharaoh and why? Oh, it's got to be Ramses II. I mean, you knew that one. Why is it the Ramses II? Because he has the coolest temples. I love the temples that Ramses II left behind. They are so cool and so interesting. They're full of reliefs of ritual furniture. You have the war tent of Ramses II. You have all those really neat reliefs of Ramses II killing Hittites. They're beautiful temples. They're absolutely beautiful temples. They're full of interesting features. They're really underrated. So I definitely think that Ramses II is cool. Not because he was a really great general, or military leader, because he wasn't. He stank as a military leader. But he was a phenomenal builder. His temples are just phenomenal. Which reminds me, we've got a tentative, in January 2025, I'm working with a tour group to do a tour of Egypt. And I've already supplied them with an itinerary, and they're looking into budgeting it. So, we're hoping that that's going to pan out in 2025. So you guys might get the opportunity to take a tour of Egypt with us. So that would be totally awesome. Okay, so anyway, Ramses II, my favorite pharaoh because he was like a phenomenal builder. Even his tomb is really nice. He had a nice tomb. I wouldn't say it's the most beautiful tomb in the Valley of the Kings. I think that goes to like Ramses VII, but it's really, really. And it says, as I said, there's a lot to learn from his temples. A lot to learn. The one at Abydos is really good and full of really neat things. So, with anything, anyway, thank you very much for that really generous super chat. But you would have known that I'm a Ramesside guy. I'm an Exodus guy. So for me, it's got to be Ramses II. Okay. So anyway, thank you very much for that super chat. We really appreciate it. Okay. Valbit says, stay full time, stay full time. Well, we're trying. We're trying. Okay, and let's see, anything else here? Okay, we'll take a couple more non-super chats, and then we'll call it a night, because we've had a lot of good discussion tonight. Go shoot up a bit. Oh, yes. Ah, 819. Take that one. Okay. 819. Up there. Okay, and who said it? Okay. 819. There. 8. All right, Nathan Yadon asks at 819, what's your favorite type of whiskey, Dr. Falk? Lafroig. I like those whiskeys that are really peaty. I like peaty whiskeys. I like peaty whiskey is for me like those Ela whiskeys, really nice. I like strong peat smoke flavor in whiskey. I like whiskeys that kind of punch me in the face with the flavor. So for me, I like those very, very challenging whiskeys like Ardbeg, McClellan. But I'm very, very much like Lafroig. I also like Glenfiddich 19, but not the 21. I found when I tried the 19, it was a very complex. I like complex drinks. That's why I also used to drink what's called now red vermouth. That was red vermouth is a very complex. It's got layers and layers and layers of flavor to it, which is why I never used it in martini. I used to drink it like the Europeans did, which was straight refrigerated. So red rose vermouth rosa is just a really interesting layered red. So any drink that has complex layers of flavor, really enjoy. I really enjoy those. So for me, it's Lafroig. That's my favorite whiskey. Okay. I did see I did not complete that question for Mr. Russell. Yeah. Essentially, the reformers didn't go with the Sabbath because they understood the meaning of say that Christ was, Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath. So they didn't fall. They followed the tradition of the church essentially. So, and they took it according to the day of the resurrection. So they had a theological reason for keeping the Sabbath on Sunday. So they're not going to become Sabbatarians, because the Reformers had a huge respect for church tradition and, say, the leanings of the church fathers. And almost all of them basically fell back on, say, Sunday observance. You're not going to find a church father that sort of basically advocated the idea of Sabbatarianism. So that's why they're holders of sola scriptura. So for, say, for faith, they're going to rely on scripture first and foremost. But if it's just a thing about practice or tradition, fall back on the fathers. And then he adds, don't you think Puritans wanted to uphold the Ten Commandments? Well, here's the thing. The Ten Commandments are a good, deep understanding of the Ten Commandments, too, is that they're a schoolmaster. And that the Sabbath law is the sign of, say, keeping the Old Covenant. The Old Covenant, the Sinai covenant, has been fulfilled through Jesus Christ. That's the whole sacrificial law. So it's not that the New Testament is changing it. It's basically saying that Christ fulfilled it. And because Christ fulfilled it, the sacrificial law has been loosened. Talbot Slade says the Ten Commandments cover everything. Yes, but so do the two commandments. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and all thy soul and all thy strength. And love your neighbor as yourself. For this is the summary of the law and the entire summation of the law and the prophets. So, and that's according to Jesus Christ. So, while the Ten Commandments cover everything because they're catch bucket laws, so do the two. But with the two, you've got the law of love integrated in there. So I think that there's this one of the issues that we have to sort of really think about it, is that when we talk about the Ten Commandments, according to Galatians, they're a schoolmaster. They're a guide. Yes, you should still follow the Ten Commandments. But you don't, it's not unto, say, righteousness. Our righteousness is through faith. And through faith, we obey the commandments. But at the same time, too, the sacrificial law has been completely fulfilled. And that's that ceremonial law. And that ceremonial law is encapsulated by the Sabbath law, at least according to the Ten Commandments. This is the everlasting sign of the covenant, that you keep the Sabbath. That covenant is for Israelites. Covenant is for Israelites. So the Israelites, in keeping the Ten Commandments, are bound to the sacrificial system until the coming of the new covenant. Once the new covenant comes into place, then we live by a law of grace. Grace and mercy and faith. And that leads us, that compels us to obedience. But again, it's not an obedience unto, say, everlasting perdition, but an obedience to the love of the Messiah. Essentially, John 15, where Christ says, if you love me, keep my commandments. The keeping of the commandments becomes a matter of love. So that doesn't then compel us to keep the Sabbath on a specific date, specific calendar day. Just that it's in our benefit to do so. Just because we love Jesus. And frankly, we benefit from it too. And funny how that works out. How when we love Christ, we benefit also. We're the bigger beneficiaries of this. Talbot Slade says, Jesus probably explained the 10 one by one in Sermon on the Mount. We do not have entire sermon. You know, that's interesting, because if you look through the Gospels, Jesus covers every commandment that we should obey, except the Sabbath. That's very interesting. It's the only command that following it rigorously is omitted. You know, Jesus talks about, if you covet, if you steal, if you lust after a woman, you've committed adultery already. He covers all the commandments, except the Sabbath. Well, pray that your flight doesn't come on the Sabbath day just means that there's going to be issues with you traveling on that day. That's not a call to obedience. That's a warning. So I would just, that's not quite what that verse means. But if you do have to flight on a Sabbath, that's going to be a problem if you're an observant Jew. Really a problem. So, you're not going to be able to get supplies. You're not going to be able to get a lot of things that you need to flee if it's on a Sabbath. You're not going to be able to buy bread or anything to just sort of take and run. Oh, yeah, they still do. You go to Jerusalem today, Sabbath is still strictly applied. So, oh yeah, the wire. Yes, there's a wire that basically it's a kind of a fiction that Orthodox Jews do. I forget what the name of that wire is, but they'll put this wire around a city too as a religious fiction that there's walls around the city, so that you're moving stuff within a home is not considered to be violation of the work of a Sabbath according to rabbinical law. So they put up this guy wire on poles all around the city to pretend there's walls. I think BC gets this right. Sabbath is not mandatory, but it's very essential to our well-being and relationship with God. And I would agree entirely. Yeah, I think that's really what it comes down to. Yeah, spend one time out of 7 with God and family. I think that's perfectly reasonable interpretation of a Sabbath for modern people. So, yeah, I think that's a perfectly acceptable point of view. And it's the historical view of the Christian church. So, Yeah. BC also adds, it is not covenant, but remains for our blessing. Yeah, totally. Totally. That's exactly what's going on here. So, yeah. Talbot Slade adds, I think it is grounded in creation. Yeah, it is grounded in creation. And it was observed before the 10 Commandments. That's a more debatable point. It was observed by God. God rested on the 7th day. So was it observed by, say, the patriarchs? We have no idea. Was it observed by Abraham? We don't know. Was it observed by Noah? We don't know. Well, yeah, that's right. We do know that, for example, the Israelites living in Egypt didn't observe a Sabbath. We know that. And how do we know that? The Egyptian work week was 10 days long, and they got half a day off on the 10th day. So they worked 9.5 days. So the Israelites living in Egypt did not observe a Sabbath. We know that. We're absolutely sure about that. It's not until they enter Sinai that they start observing a Sabbath. Now it says, "Do not gather manna on the seventh day." Yeah, but that's when they entered the Sinai. Okay, so it's after the Exodus. This is after the Exodus that they're given that command. So it's after the Exodus that they're given that command, and their work week is shortened. First of all, they're no longer working 10 days. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be an Egyptian. Being an Egyptian would have sucked. 9.5 days of work every week. Yeah, it'd be terrible. Terrible. But the 7-day week is something that happened at Sinai. Until then, they were observing a 10-day week. So, it's only say at that point where the work week changes. And that's because of the change of the calendar that happened at Sinai. So in many ways, the Sinai covenant here was a double grace. The double grace. First of all, the week is shortened by 3 days. Shortened by 3 days. And then you get a full day off on the Sabbath. That was a much better deal than Egypt. A long shot. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it is, yeah. The whole idea, too. And then we come into Christendom, where you get a day off and a second day off. For most of us, we get 2 days off a week, Saturday and Sunday. Of course, my Sabbath is on Thursday, but you're supposed to have a second day of rest. So, again, this is a grace upon grace. So I think we have a lot to thank our religious tradition for, because it bought us a lot more than most people realize. Jamie asks, did God invent the Sabbath or borrow it from Babylon? There was always the idea, the word Shabbat is a very, very old word. In Semitic languages, it just means to cease or rest. Okay? But it didn't take on, say, religious connotations, really, until Sinai. So God took something that was already in the culture and repurposed it. Okay? Even when the Israelites were in Egypt, they called their half day a Shabbat. They recognized that as a Shabbat. Yeah, it wasn't a full day. It sucked. They had work in the morning and they got the evening off. Yeah. Ick. He continues, it seems to be tied to the lunar version. It was tied to the lunar calendar. Because the Egyptian calendar was 12 months of 30 days plus 5 extra days. Okay? Now, the way the Egyptian calendar worked was each month was 30 days, 3 weeks of 10 days. You got a half day off at the end of those weeks. Those 5 extra days were festival days. And Egyptians got those 5 days off, which is why they love them. They love those 5 days because it was the only 5-day holiday they ever got. So, when we look at, say, what God did in, say, the book of Exodus, he's taking something that's already known in the culture and repurposing it, expanding on it and repurposing it. And God does this frequently throughout the Bible. He'll take something that's already in the culture, expand upon it, and repurpose it. He did this with ritual processional furniture when he had them make the Ark of the Covenant and the tabernacle. Those elements were already in Egyptian culture. But he took what the Israelites were already familiar with it, changed the meaning of it for proper Yahweh worship, and then, expanded upon it to make it fit to learn more about God. He also asks, and we're probably not going to take a lot more questions at this point. We've already gone past 4 hours here, but we'll take this one too. What is the shift from lunar to lunar solar calendars? Okay. The difference between a lunar calendar and a solar calendar is a lunar calendar has 12 months. A lunar solar calendar has 12 months plus the addition of intercalation to bring the calendar in sync with the solar cycle. Now, we don't see the lunar solar calendar happen among Hebrew calendars until roughly the end of the Judean kingdom, when basically the Babylonians are basically knocking on Judea's doorstep. It's that point where the Mesopotamians, particularly the Babylonians, start imposing their lunar solar calendar upon the Israelites. It's at that point we start seeing a lunar solar calendar taking place. Until then, we don't have any evidence of it. But that's just something that's part of the history of calendars in ancient Israel. Talbot Slate says here, the idea was from the ancient Near Eastern belief that after a temple completed, the deity would then sit in the temple and rest to rule. Yeah, it is. People were to recognize sovereignty and rule. Yep. At least that's sort of the, the mytho-history of Genesis. That's the mytho-history of Genesis. Now, that wasn't true of all, say, necessary cultures. You didn't see that so much in, say, Egyptian culture. You did see a little bit of that in Mesopotamian culture. But that's the symbolism that's being posited by, say, Genesis 1 through 11. So that's the meaning of it in, say, early Israelite culture. So that's definitely what's being suggested by Genesis chapter 2. So you're right about that. But for Semitic cultures, a Shabbat just simply means a rest or to cease. Whether that's from a king from work or, say, a worker from work. So it's one of those terms that can be used in both ways. So, but definitely in Genesis 2, that's the connotation here. Okay. Talbot also adds, hence the concept that God is now at rest on his throne, ruling over creation. Exactly. I think this is really, I think this is one of the things that, we've tried really, really hard on this channel to do, is try to teach people the context of Genesis 1 through 11. And it's one of the things that we've found most difficult to do. Try to teach people the ritual side of Genesis 1 through 11. They're all fine. I mean, we were talking earlier in the live stream about concordant interpretations of Genesis, and it always misses the point. It always misses the point. So we are very, very gratified that people are finally getting this. This is not easy for North Americans. North Americans find this really, really hard. I mean, a lot of us grew up in young Earth creationist circles or theistic evolution circles. We're used to thinking, oh, Genesis, that has to do with science. No. It's about kingship and temples and sacred space and rituals and all these little things. Yeah, Westerners don't get this. So, because they don't get this, it's really hard to communicate this to a wider American audience. So, I think this is one of those things where We really do need to be, we do need to keep pounding this message home. Because if we don't get that, we're missing the broader, we're missing the forest for the trees. We'll, argue over whether or not there was a global flood, local flood, while missing the whole point that it's about sacralizing converters. Basically taking chests, putting profane items in them, performing a ceremony, and pulling out sacred items. So, yeah, Jack Ray, East and West, worlds apart. Yeah. It's East and West, worlds apart. Yeah. But we're talking here about an Eastern book. Eastern concepts. So, I'm very pleased that people are finally getting this. It tells us that we're finally making an impact, that people are starting to understand this. They're getting the message, and they're starting to read and understand the Bible at ever more complex levels. And that's what we want out of the channel, is to people to start digging into the Bibles again, getting to know the nitty-gritty details, understanding it in its culture, its context, so that they can learn more and apply it to their lives. So, I think that's going to be the final comment we're going to take for the night. We've been going now for 4 hours and 20 minutes. I'm tired. I haven't been feeling all that well this week, so I think it's time to call it a night. So, with that said, I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. I want to thank the people who support us through your super chats and donations. We really appreciate it. It helps keep us full-time. We really appreciate the support. We also want to thank our Patreon and our membership supporters. You guys help keep the lights on and the equipment working. We also want to thank our subscribers who subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, and share URLs with other social media, because that's how other people get to know us. Also, if you're not aware, please take a look at our merch store, because we've got some new merch with the Mana Machine cup. Yep, you need a Mana Machine for your pumpkin lattes, okay? And happy Sabbath to Jamie, too. Okay, so with that said, I want to thank you all for joining us tonight. We hope you have a great weekend, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.